Hey everybody, welcome back to the Deep Weeb Podcast. This is where we talk about immersion-based learning and otaku media. Today's deep dive is Howard Blast. Howard is quite a character, somebody who's learned Japanese to a point where he can write his own story for his game in Japanese, started creating art and coding for his indie game Orkastle. In addition, he does streams on YouTube and paid content on his OtaClinic Patreon series. He may be the most dangerous individual we've had on the podcast. Thanks so much for coming on to the show, Howard.
Thank you, Eater. This was a lifelong dream of mine to be on here, and that was a very, very lore-accurate introduction.
Thank you. From here, maybe it'd be good to also introduce the other new face that we have on the podcast, which is Wyatt. Thanks so much for joining us, Wyatt.
Yeah, of course. It's also a long-time dream of mine to be on the podcast. Long-time fan.
Yeah, I did say I was going to give a quick intro for Wyatt just because people are probably a little bit new to him as well on our show, though he has been starred on the 7 Stop podcast as well, channel. And let's see, I've known Wyatt for quite a while. I know that he's definitely a high potential Japanese learner. He's somebody who's quickly surpassed myself and probably many others. He did interpretation at an anime convention recently with Darius. And unfortunately, he's fallen into the trap of getting so good at Japanese so fast that now he feels like he has to move on to Chinese, which hopefully Howard and I can bring him back to true otaku.
No.
Yeah, so we do have a mission today, Howard, and it is to fix Wyatt. But yes, yeah, Wyatt, thanks for joining, man.
Well, my mission is to convince you that Chinese is actually true otaku as well. But yeah, my name's Wyatt. I've been learning Japanese for like 5 years. And I have like an interview by 7 Stop on my channel. Check it out if you want to hear more about me. And I also have been developing an Anki add-on for making audio cards. Should be a tutorial up on my channel when it comes out.
Neat. Looking forward to it, man. Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. And without further ado, let's get into why Howard Blast is the most dangerous otaku that certainly I've ever had on this show and maybe in the world right now. So his danger isn't just in some of his goofy opinions, but rather in the absolute uncompromising framework he's building to justify them and his willingness to sacrifice everything to see it realized. He's dangerous to the idea of balance. He unapologetically prioritized the craft over health, comfort, and personal relationships. He presents the ideal of a balanced life as a form of mediocrity and a barrier to true mastery. He's dangerous to the status quo. He isn't just trying to make a successful indie game. His stated mission is to lay waste to the landscape of Western creation. He views the current scene, even its most celebrated figures like Toby Fox, creator of Undertale, as a source of degenerate slop. His goal isn't to join the market, but to downright destroy it and replace it with his Ota-Economy. He's dangerous to casual enjoyment. He has armed his extremist opinions with a scientific framework for art and storytelling. He doesn't just say you're wrong for liking a certain game. He presents a complex multi-hour theory to prove it's objectively bad. This is a direct threat to casual enjoyment as he forces anyone who engages with his ideas to confront their own tastes and make simply having fun feel like a moral or intellectual failure. As an aside, he also keeps claiming to be our dads for some reason. Is this still accurate so far, Howard? We turning in the right direction?
I'm laughing, but it's actually... I'm just laughing because it's all unironically accurate. Yeah, I mean, okay. What I will say is that the one thing I will say is that Toby did have a bit of a redemption arc. He's 1/10 through his redemption arc. He's about 10% of the way there. So my job is to keep the pressure on him, so that he has to go full, he has to go all the way. He can't quit his redemption arc partway through. So that's where we're at with Toby. Otherwise, 100% peer-reviewed, Snopes verified, accurate.
All right, yeah. So this is a taste of what we're getting into today, guys. At a high level, we're going to be going through his origin stories. We're going to go through his thoughts on learning Japanese, get a little bit of output in there. The otaku worldview will be covered. Art, game dev, Ota-Economy, me begging him for advice, community questions, content recommendations. It's going to be a jam-packed stream. So buckle up. We're about to dive in. So, Howard, what was it that first hooked you into learning Japanese, and where did all of this really start?
All right. Well, okay. So this is actually pretty funny. I I first knew I wanted to learn Japanese when, of course, I got into anime. Like, that's a story as old as time.
Yep.
But in my case, it was a little bit unique because, okay, so my entryway to anime, like a lot of millennials, was Ball on Toonami. That was like, oh, this is cooler than every other cartoon. It's got way better art, and it's got a story. It's exciting. Okay, very quickly I got into Yu Yu Hakusho after, which was they were airing on TV and stuff. It was the cringy dub, but whatever. You can't. Back then, you could not be beggars could not be choosers. But at any rate, so that kind of pushed me a little bit deeper. I was like, for the very low standards of the time, I was already what you would consider a weeb. At that point, we're talking. I don't want to give away my exact age, but we're talking. You can infer what years this was taking place. Uh, but yeah. So by the standards of the time, I was already a weeb then, and what we did was we imported Final Bout, Dragon Ball Final Bout for the PS1, which is a very gemmy game. It plays like shit, but it's fucking Kino. That is a gemmy game, and we popped it in, and instantly, me and my brother were just like, it was like right then and there, we knew it was like they're keeping stuff from us. Like this is, there is a whole aesthetic that is like anime, and this is Ball. This isn't even like some hardcore Oda shit. This is just Ball was enough to convey this. There's a whole aesthetic. There's like a whole world here that is being blocked from us because of the fact that localizers don't want to let like a pure version come through most of the time, and even if they did, it's got to be Japanese. Like I still will just like never forget hearing those voices and stuff. Like who said? Does Goku say this? Like Doshita mo warika? Like I'll never forget that kind of like. I was like, okay, there's aura. I mean, there's literally hype and aura to this language, and I need to get more of this. Like I need to figure out how to know this. So I was very young, and there were no ways to learn. Cats didn't exist at all at this point. Cats didn't even know he was going to learn Japanese at this point. That's how long ago this was. So what happened was I had to kind of coast without learning any. I didn't even know how to get more Japanese content. What we eventually realized was if you buy anime DVDs, that they packaged the Japanese language on them. So that was kind of the first step. That was like the first, like, oh, hey, we can switch the language to Japanese on these DVDs. And DVDs were, people, I mean, we still did sometimes opt for VHSs at the time. So it was kind of, it might sound stupid, but it was a bit of a discovery. And we were dumb kids anyway, so we didn't know what the hell we were doing. But anyway, that was step one. Step two, finally, I had enough, and I was like, I need to find a way to learn this shit. So what I grabbed, actually, this is actually really funny and interesting. I grabbed Sue Kawashima's A Dictionary of Japanese Particles, which is actually the only textbook, if you can even call it that, in existence. I actually recommend to this day. I think that's a really, really good book. You can actually find it for free online. I do recommend having it physical, so you can just flip through it whenever you need it. That is a really good book because the example sentences are very good and clear. It has little pictures to help you and stuff too, and it goes through very, very organizedly, much better in my opinion than a lot of people recommended the Dictionary of Japanese Particles, which I don't recommend that. It's not bad, but like I think I recommend that book much more. Anyway, point is, so I had that book. And I learned kana, and I learned some basic particles from it. And I was still a very young kid. But I was like, it had that feeling like I was trying to swim up a waterfall. I'm like, where's the part where where I'm coasting, where I'm like really learning this crap? And so that went on for like my whole teenage years. I just had no idea. It was still, no one on the internet knew. And if they said they knew, they were either like N4 at best or just flat out lying. So no one online knew. No one knew. Like they would say they know, but they didn't. So I would still buy imported games, and I would still, I remember, a lot of jump stuff. I was still very much into jump shit at the time, like Naruto and stuff. So I do remember like needing walkthroughs because there's the one Naruto game that came out that was like actually pretty hype at the time because that was like Naruto's like peak before people kind of whatever. That was sort of the peak interest of the series at the time, and point is, I remember looking at walkthroughs, and I remember so vividly. I remember there being a guy who was writing a walkthrough for it, and he was like, "Okay, you want to pick the item that is new, and if you're not a cringe non-Japanese learner, you'll recognize the kanji for new." And I remember thinking like, "Oh shit, this guy learns Japanese and I'm not good at it. And like, what is his secret? What did he do?" And in retrospect, he obviously was just like a taker of Japanese like 101 or something, but in college or something. But anyway, the point is there was this idea and it kept growing and it kept getting more and more frustrating. Like, how do you do this? And then finally, it was late 2013. Finally, I found God. I found God himself, Katsumoto, on AJAT, and that was it. It was just instant. It was like found cats. Everything goes smooth from there. There was no hiccups, no nothing. I was very busy at the time, so I had to kind of the beginner stages. I'm calling everything pre-N1 beginner stages. The beginner stages were slow because I was very busy at the time. I wasn't a very good coder. I couldn't draw at all at the time, so I had a lot of drawing to catch up with. I hadn't even touched music at the time. I was just a mediocre coder and someone still trying to understand literature better and stuff. Mm-hmm. So those years were a little slow getting into N1. I think it took me a solid 4.5 years to just pass over that kind of like N1 barrier.
What did you use as a reference? Because I thought you never took practice test. What did you use as a reference?
I didn't. Yeah, this is purely guesstimation. Okay. Like I have no idea what my score is. I don't believe in measuring because we'll get into that.
Okay.
I'm not against measuring. I'm just against caring about measuring.
Okay. So, that's fair.
So basically so Katz changed everything, and it wasn't just Japanese. He was the thing that enabled me to do everything. Like the reason I can do multiple things and multiple skills and all that stuff successful, like, let's put it this way. Okay, I was learning how to get better at art, and I was trying to get my Japanese better at the same time, and I was even doing some other stuff. I was keeping pace in Japanese learning. This is like, we're talking like, I don't know, 4 years ago, whatever. I was keeping pace in Japanese learning with DJT NEETs. And a lot of people know how like fast and hard they would kind of go at it. They would kind of blitz. They would really try to blitz the Japanese. I was keeping pace with them while getting gains in art yearly comparable to people who take their art gains seriously and are like aspiring to become pro and all that stuff, while even doing some other stuff. So it's like that's all Cats enabled. That's all like that's all like the power of Cats. Like he unlocks like your like Ultra Instinct. He makes you blue. He makes you know how to do like full potential. He makes you aura. So that's the short version. If you can believe that's the short version. That's the short version.
Yeah.
That's my villain origin story basically. Everything goes back to Cats.
So you start with Cats. You started art around the same time as you started all really got heavy into AJAT?
Yeah. It was partially a coincidence, partially not a coincidence. And basically, the aspect that's a coincidence is that my brother was kicking up how seriously he was taking art at the time, and it was actually had nothing to do with Japanese or anything. It's actually, in some ways, it was the reverse. So Shonen Jump was doing a contest, and in the Western Shonen Jump was doing. It was like this experimental thing they were doing. And that sort of like lit a fire on my brother's ass with art. And I was like, you know what? I just found Cat's daddy, and he taught me how to do basically anything. So you know what? I'm going to use these powers from Cat's daddy to put this. I can afford this other. Yes, I'm like... yes, I have to worry about like coding, and at the time I was at the like job seeking age and stuff, so I had to worry about keeping up with my coding and finding a job and all that shit, and obviously learning Japanese. But I was like, you know what, I found a way to do anything, so I'm gonna put art on my lap as well. And it worked out. I mean, it's not like I'm, it's not like I ever plan on being, like even close to one of the best out there at doing art or anything. But like, it worked out. Like I can use it for my project. I can, I keep getting better, and I will have, it will be a tool set I'll be able to use for the rest of my career. So
yeah, it was actually, that was probably when I first started actually taking you seriously, was when I saw you post something of art. Like before that, Howard was just another KanjiEater hater on DJT and stuff. So I was like, I think it was that you posted something. I was like, oh, this is like the same art as, like, I immediately recognized the games it was from. What was it, the Neptunia series or whatever? Sorry,
yeah.
I know it's important to you. Yep. I have never played Neptune. One though. Still,
Goji game Neptune. Yeah.
Yeah. So the art style on that, I immediately recognized, and I was like, oh, this is actually pretty legit. And then I think it was after that, on the podcast episode with Darius, Ham, and Doth, I saw this message from somebody that said Ham looking very powerful, and I clicked on that person's YouTube account. I was like, oh, this is Howard. I'm in a Discord server with this dude, and that quite honestly was a bit of an awakening for me, because I'd never heard anybody talk about otaku in the same way that Howard had. And I think if you go back and you search in like the Deep Weeb Lounge Discord servers, like you'll see the point where I found Howard's video, because I just start using otaku in like every other sentence from that point. And so, I mean, after, like in my case, it was like Matt made learning Japanese accessible for me. Howard made the realities of otaku accessible, that we can actually start to do these things ourselves and reach a native level with those things, where, I mean, up until this point, I'd basically seen the same Western cringe that Howard's always going on about, is like, you can't match the Japanese. Well, it turns out if you take, Katz's advice, maybe there is a way. And so that's really what we're exploring here today. So Wyatt, you want to hit us with another question?
Yeah. Well, before that, I was actually curious. Were you like drawing and like listening to Japanese at the same time ever? or did you separate the two?
Oh, it's always together. In fact, I mean, we can get into this later when we get into methods and whatever. But I always have Japanese audio. I have it right now, in fact.
Really?
So when I draw, yeah. In fact, I actually find that drawing and list is actually working on art stuff is actually a lot of the time the perfect time to plow through some like audiobooks and stuff. It's a really they pair really well unless you're trying to work through stuff you're not used to doing. If you're doing work that you are just like really killing you, you're not gonna be able to pay too much attention, but it's still worth having there. So yeah, absolutely.
I see.
Also background anime. I mean, I'll get into this when we talk about it, but I don't limit to one audio source, which is also a cat's technique. Like I can have anime on my TV and I can have an audiobook in my headphones. I can even have another source going somewhere else even sometimes. So
very impressive. But yeah,
I
was wondering.
We used to call it double barreling. Double barreling.
Really?
That was the term, yeah. The real thing, yeah.
Yeah, when you were learning Japanese and art, were you always like intending on making something, like creating something, or was it just for fun?
Art was kind of like a delusional gambit. Like everyone starts art delusional thinking that and even like 10,000 hours of doing it. I know people say 10,000 hours is mastery, but that's for like normal skills. For art, most people don't realize, but like most of the time when you really admire an artist, like if you read a light novel, for example, most of the time you're looking at someone's art who has at least usually 30,000 hours. That's usually the bare minimal to be a character designing professional illustrator. A lot of time it can get into 40, 50, 60, 70. I actually calculated because I actually am quite familiar because I keep up with her blogs a decent bit and stuff, and I know her career pretty well. But the artist I admire the most, Sunako, I believe I calculated that her hours have to be somewhere around 70,000 to possibly even 80,000 as high as no lower than like 55 or something, 60. So yeah, like a lot of the time when you're seeing art that you really, really admire, it's because a grotesque amount of hours were put into it. So I started it like everyone with the delusion that you can be Sunako in, 10K. And what happened was I had to set aside the delusions from the reality. I had to sort of like the way I think about it is if you're pursuing, I honestly, Japanese is not the. We'll get into this, but Japanese is not that different in that even if the goal is perfection with Japanese, there's still there's still areas where you need to choose. You need to optimize based on the reality at times. So basically, when you parse away the delusions of like, okay, I'm not going to be good enough to be one of those, I'm not going to be good enough to be like one of those guys, the people who are, doing the illustration, character designing on the light novel and all that stuff. But what are other things I can do with it? And it turns out there's a lot of things you can do with it. I'm close to I'm getting close to 20K hours in it, which is enough where you can do lots of interesting things. Like, for example, make a game with pixel art, or put out illustrations that you put a lot of effort into, and you do more slowly than a pro, but are still attractive enough, and stuff like coming up with character concepts for character designs, storyboarding, composition. There's a lot of things, helping with animation even. There's a lot of things that you can do as a lesser artist, and in general, that's where again it's always cats. It's always cats hovering over me like this guardian angel, just Saint Cats always hovering over me. Like he was all about that. He was all about like, you know, he broke down how people tend to not just how irrational people tend to be when it comes to skills. It's so often emotional. It's like
Yeah.
you're not doing the things you can do with those skills because you emotionally refuse to accept it because you emotionally are too tied to the thing like you irrationally needed out of pride and all that stuff. And he really breaks that down. So a lot of people quit art even though they could get to an interesting spot with it. They quit Japanese because they don't realize how much they can do with it because they wanted the status. They wanted the status of, oh, I show up and I impress all my friends and I impress women with how, like fluently I'm speaking or whatever, and I sound just like a native. They get this image and they become a slave to that image. And Katz was just so good at just destroying that. So that's pretty much my thoughts about that. Yeah, it was like if not for Katz, I would have quit. Is the point, because I would have gotten discouraged by the delusions not being reality, and I would have never noticed. I would have never been able to accept that. Oh, I'm still pushing towards something that has practical use.
So was it you from? At what point was it though that you were like, okay, I'm actually going to make something with this though?
Oh, the intent was always there from the start. I actually wanted to do. I wanted to make. Okay, this one's kind of funny too. I always wanted to be a writer, like a novelist. That was always a thing. I had never not wanted. There's no point in my life where I didn't want to be a novelist. I was 5 years old, and I wanted to be a novelist. What happened was, when I was a teenager, I learned the reality of how difficult it is to become a novelist, and that even if you make it, you're not necessarily making a living. It's more of like a hobby profession. A lot of stuff like music is similar to that. There's a lot of, like acting is similar. There's a lot of these like pseudo jobs that you hear about when you're a kid, and they sound really romantic and awesome, but then you find out that like only a very, very few scale of people can actually do that job as a living.
Right.
And even if they do it as a living, they're not necessarily doing it the way you imagined. So they might be having to resort to like really kind of ugly tactics to actually eke out a living from it. And so writing was one of those things. I really got my reality check when I was, I think I was 18, and I published with a indie publisher. And I remember just so many realities. Like that was kind of the moment where like so many Dunning-Kruger things just kind of popped, and so many delusional expectations kind of popped for me. And I was just like, all right, this is dumb. I always wanted to make video games, and I picked up coding as a hobby when I was like 14-ish. With the express intent of like, hey, maybe I'll make a game. And it was that experience that, realizing, having like working with an indie publisher that like made me go, oh shit, yeah, like I'm just gonna go head first into this game shit. Like, because the thing is, as much as indie games are a like I guess like honeypot for insane people, they're almost like an insane asylum. The fact is that you can make a living from them. They are a viable way to make a living. And if you put out a good one, and if you market it right and all that stuff, and it's not only good, but it's like meeting specific market demands, it has some kind of exclusivity to it, it has some kind of something that gives it a hype train. It is still true, you can make good money. In fact, indie games wouldn't be such an insane person honeypot if that wasn't the case. It's that promise that there's always a gold rush in indie games that attracts so many loonies. And to me, I just saw it as like, this is objectively the easier platform to become a writer on than pursuing novels. And so that's where Orkastle comes from. That's where all future projects after Orkastle will come from. It's from the intent to be able to be a writer. And I actually surpassed my own expectations with that, in that I didn't realize that I was going to, right out of the gate, be writing in Japanese. I thought I was going to have to settle for English for a while, because I actually really interestingly had a rare opportunity to experience the rarely experienced reverse side of Dunning-Kruger, where you actually overestimate something and it's not quite as bad as you actually thought. I thought my Japanese output abilities by this point in time would be half as good as they are now. And it's partially because I did it smart, and partially because it's just not as bad as I expected. It turns out that it's good enough where, as long as I have native support, I can, support from natives reading over my work and stuff, I can do writing the game directly into Japanese. So it can be a Japanese game, which is like, that fills, I can't tell you how much joy it fills me with to say, I am a Japanese writer. I am a Japanese game dev. It doesn't matter that I live in America. What matters is the language you're putting the thing in. And I'm gonna by the end of this month, we actually have some really big stuff planned for coming out. And one of the things I'm going to be doing is actually starting a Japanese YouTube shortly after the trailer for Orkastle drops, and we're gonna start appealing to the Japanese market as well. I'm gonna have this whole speech. I'm gonna show up on webcam and give a whole speech to Japan and all that stuff about my mission and all that stuff. So anyway, I am very happy to say I am a Japanese writer and game dev.
I would think if you were just trying to go for the easy path, like you said, you kind of struggled with the English indie novelist market, and then moving to game dev, the easiest path would still just be do game dev, right? Like, forget the Japanese, right? So
what, yeah.
What was it that made that flip, that it was like, well, I can actually do this at this level?
Okay, so this is interesting. This gets into a lot of stuff. This actually directly connects to a lot of like larger worldview stuff that sort of explains the keystones of the sort of Howardian philosophy and all that stuff. The thing that really, I would say, anchors everything more than anything is two things, but one is, like, for me, slightly more than the other. Those two things are and always will be literature and art. And this is why it's so important that I kind of, like, smash down these cultural barriers and shit, because the thing about literature and art is that they are extremely opaque to the masses. They really, I mean, no one really, like, people consume and they subconsciously get stuff, but they don't really know what's happening. They don't know what's happening under the hood. And even when they get a sense of it, they'd rather not. And the reason is because people very much emotionally attach to what they consume for so many reasons. A lot of the time, media is an extension of status quo. It's a voucher for cultural good boy points, all sorts of things. All sorts of problems get in there. Literature is scary. Good literature is scary because it reveals, darker aspects of life, stuff like that. There's so many reasons. But the thing is that what really clenched everything was watching enough anime written by very competent writers to finally make it click in my brain. Wait, I don't just like this stuff for its tropes. I don't even just like it for its art quality and stuff. Um, I like this stuff because the modern day renaissance of literature is happening in Japan in otaku culture. These are the people pushing literature forward because I was extremely upset with the state of Western literature in the 20th century and beyond. There's absolutely some good stuff. Two of my favorite writers ever, big influences on me, are from that era: Bret Easton Ellis and Ray Carver. But they are exceptions. And otaku culture is pushing things even farther. And it's I think the thing more than anything, I mean, I was already well past the point of like no turning back with this, like even before this. Um, but it was really digging into Jun Maeda's works.
What did he do? Who's that?
He's most famous for Clannad because that's the one that got the anime that is most accessible. Like Clannad's anime is roughly, it's close enough equivalent to actually reading his actual, text. That's his most famous work and probably always will be. But it's not even the best thing he's ever written. He went on to write Little Busters after, which was even a little bit better. Then he had a weird experimental phase for like 10 years where he wrote anime, which were half absolutely mind-blowingly incredible and half kind of experimental train wrecks. So those are really weird ones. But then finally he's come back with Heaven Burns Red. He's over his experimental phase. He said he had a training arc, and holy crap, you wouldn't believe the things he's able to do now. I mean, it's just like he is, if Cat's daddy is the god of all existence and creation and skills, then June Daddy is the god of literature. And yeah, Heaven Burns Red is no question. Like, what's the most impressive literary feat of all time? Heaven Burns Red. It's that
really?
simple. Oh yeah, no question. And Clannad and Little Busters were already like easily the most impressive like literature you'll find. But he has upped himself. He has gone even further beyond. And it was his work more than anything that made me go like, oh, how can I go? Because I got good enough at Japanese where I was able to watch Clannad and I was able to comprehend it with about a solid, like, it wasn't, how it is when you're like N2 or whatever, and you think you're getting everything, but you're not totally getting everything. But that wasn't enough for me to be like, okay, this dude is different. And I kept reading more as I got better from him, and more and more and more, I was like, if this culture can produce someone like this, if you're a writer, you are fake unless this is where your energy is, because this guy is too good. And if he's this good, okay, then there's got to be other people who are great as well. And the more I kept reading, the more I kept finding like who's the best guys. And there's so many, well, relatively speaking, I say so many, but literature is so many for literature is like, okay, we have 5 guys at this insane level, and then you go a little bit lower and you get like 10 guys, and then you go a little bit lower and you get like 20 guys. It's small numbers, but that's because these things are so scarce. Great writers are so scarce. So the fact that we have Jun Maeda at his own class at all, he's in the sky in his own class. The fact that we have him at all is just insane. And then below him, you get insane people like Tanaka Romeo and Ryukishi and stuff when he's at his best. Ryukishi at his best was stuff like Umineko and Garokos and shit. And then and then you go just a tiny bit below that, and you're getting stuff like Fuyu Akane, and who else? Who else did I read recently that was insane? Anyway, there's a lot of yes.
I personally really like Nishio Ishin. Where do you?
Ishin's a beast. Yeah, I'm not super. I'm not super up. Like he has a lot of work, and I've barely scratched the surface of it.
What's he done?
But I'm.
Monogatari series.
Okay.
Yep. He's most famous for Bakemonogatari and the general Monogatari series, but he's got other stuff too. And I've only scratched the surface of him, but really high level, very impressive stuff. So anyway, the point is that it was like, it was just like, okay, what these people are doing is something absolutely special, and you can't just like pretend that's not happening if you actually care about literature. And it doesn't even end there. It's like, it's almost like chicken and egg in many ways, where it's like, okay, did otaku culture start as a literary culture? No, it started as an artistic culture. They were trying to dig into new art techniques and stuff. They said, so we're talking like 80s especially. 80s is where anime stopped being that way Japan does cartoons and turned into that new thing, that totally new thing that's deciding to take a risk and actually develop new techniques truly separate from the West. And for a while, otaku culture was this artistic movement. And when you got writers who took writing seriously, they were more outliers. They were exceptions. And a lot of time they were based more in a different tradition, just with otaku seasoning. So if you were to take really early writers who were good, in otaku culture, you'd get stuff like, my bad, I totally forgot his name, but the dude who writes Vampire Hunter, Kikuchi, right? He was a good writer for his time. Obviously he's absolutely not a bad writer and stuff, but he's really more based in a fantasy tradition. The reason we associate him with otaku is because he was kind of implementing these sort of new tropes and stuff that very much read distinctly more otaku. Like, you're not going to pick up the average fantasy novel written from like the 50s or whatever, or Tolkien or something. You're not going to find the exact aesthetic and exact nuance of tropes happening in like Vampire Hunter D novels. They have that distinct feeling like something kind of new is happening.
Sure.
And there's also, I've only seen the old early 90s anime, but there was Ai no Kusabi, which was a yaoi novel, dark sci-fi yaoi novel from the late 80s, I want to say. I never read the novel, but I did see the old anime. And that is a good example of very, very proto-otaku stuff. Again, similar vein to Vampire Hunter D, where it's like, you can see you could totally call this just a normal sci-fi work, but there's just these tropes in it that just are so distinctly like, you're not going to find this exact idea outside otaku. So there's that just enough otaku flavoring on it to make it feel like, this is otaku. And then both of those things, and their corresponding works would kind of go on to sort of form the backbone of what would eventually become these really developed otaku aesthetics. So if you take like Ai no Kusabi, okay, that would go on to produce what we now know as like, the sort of kakoi focused aspect of otaku works, stuff with a lot of dude characters, stuff like what Nitro Plus does, stuff like that, stuff, sort of Fujoshi targeted works, or sort of works that appeal to Chunibyo and stuff. A lot of these things go back to these outlier writers from the early days and stuff. Like even if you were to take, it's actually funny, not a lot of people realize this, but if you were to take a very famous video game like Final Fantasy VII, there's heavy chunks of Aino Kusabi still just intact in it. If you take Berserk, there's heavy chunks of Aino Kusabi just straightforwardly intact in it. Back in the early days, because people being more ambitious with literature was the exception, you would find influence was very slow moving. It was very easy to detect the flow of influence. You could always tell what a writer likes, what they're interested in, because it would show up in this very obvious form. And then what starts to happen is we really get the writer renaissance in otaku culture once that O's period hit. And that's when all these dudes started coming out of the woodwork, and we started getting really insane stuff. Like that's where Jun Maeda started really hitting his stride with Air in 2000. And it blew people's
the only
minds.
key thing that I've done so far. Now that I've talked to Howard, I know I need to do more. But
Congrats.
I watched the Air anime, and it was really good.
You watched the anime at least. I mean, the anime is more of a long trailer, unfortunately, than it is an actual replacement.
I believe that
something.
it's like 10 episodes, and the game's like, I don't know, 25, 30 hours long. Yeah,
no,
I get it.
It's not doing it, but it's a good show. It's a good show, absolutely. And I don't think it's terrible to start with that, but obviously
that's just it. I had already refused to read the VN because I had heard mixed things about it, and I'm a little bit more open to what I read now. It's not just Nitro Plus, so I was like, I'll give it a shot. But so that's bad in chat. Asks if otaku literature is renaissance in literature. Why isn't it more popular in Japan? Many Japanese people look down on that style of writing. Russians don't generally deny Tolstoy was revolutionary, so why do the Japanese?
Well, okay, that's really interesting. Well, first off,
otaku oppression. Is this otaku oppression?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't want to get too hot and heavy, but it's otaku oppression. Yes,
okay.
It is otaku oppression. This is the thing a lot of people don't understand. First, if you want to see the sort of real heart of what literature actually is, you need to set aside the portion of investment in media that's tied to the social aspect. And so what I mean by that is, if you go throughout history, what is praised in literature is not always corresponding to quality. So sometimes it is, though, and that's what's really confusing. Shakespeare is remembered because he was genuinely really sick. He was a very good writer. He understood literature, and for his time, what he was doing was insane. Like, if you take Milton's Paradise Lost, okay? Paradise Lost is kind of written like shit. Like, let's be real. It's fun and it's like chuny, but it's not. Okay, you know when you get those like medieval paintings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they got soul,
mm-hmm.
But they're not very good. They didn't have their fundies down or anything. They're a mess. They look like a kid's drawing. They got soul, they got intent. You can tell the person's trying. A lot of old literature is like that. It's not like if you open, it's not like if you read or watch the play, Odysseus. For some reason, I'm like drawing a blank.
Homer's The Odyssey.
Yes, The Odyssey, and who's the dude who loves his mom? I can't.
Oedipus.
Oedipus. It's not like if you go back and read Oedipus, it's like good, for today. Like, it's fine. It's fine. It's like, it's primitive and it's good within its primitive, low-reaching boundaries, but it's not like good. They didn't know what they were doing. They did to an extent, but it was, they were just getting started. Shakespeare comes in, and Shakespeare is writing stuff that holds to this day. every single Shakespeare play holds. I haven't seen all of them. I don't know. Maybe he's got some stinkers. I doubt it though. He feels too scientific. And what he was doing was impressive, and it was real. It was real, legit writing, and he was showing people that if you are this more scientist of literature, you can produce plays that are not only more emotionally impactful, but they're more interesting. There's more to chew on. There's more to think about in them, and that can easily lead to them being more entertaining. So Shakespeare is remembered because people accepted that he was an innovator. Then, okay, you fast forward, and as a result of people like Shakespeare, literary standards were able to increase. Now, if someone was to put out Paradise Lost, people would be like, this kind of sucks. I mean, like, again, it's not bad, but it's like, judging old stuff is weird because you have to sometimes take into account the fact that they were working in a simpler framework. It's almost like a stick figure. If you draw a stick figure, you judge it a little differently because it's simpler. Anyway, go to like the 1800s and stuff. Go to the era of like Dickens and stuff. Dickens is, kind of similar to Shakespeare. He's remembered because he was, first of all, what do Shakespeare and Dickens have in common? And this is really interesting to notice. And it's a hint to a lot of the answers to a lot of these things. What do they have in common that's a little different than maybe what we usually think of when we think of literature? They wrote for the masses. They wrote what, you would consider it's kind of like in Japan how, like ukiyo-e was kind of in a similar status as Sakura no Uta by Skaji, the VN, talks about this. Art and creation that is intended more for mass consumption versus art and creation that is made more for ivory tower dudes to circle jerk about. Anyway, the point is Dickens and Shakespeare wrote for the masses, and they were good at what they did, and they were scientific about it, and they are remembered because they were able to combine quality and mass appeal. And it just so happens that during Dickens' time, there were a lot of platforms for writing stuff like serialized works and stuff for the masses, for entertainment, and getting your name known in that. And there were a lot of good writers at the time. That was like a pretty healthy skill economy of literature. And then you go to the 20th century, and something kind of changes. Suddenly, let's start with talking about art, because that's the obvious one. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to tell that painting 3 colored stripes and hanging it on the wall is not impressive. Everyone can tell that. Everyone can see that's not impressive. That's stupid. Taking like a urinal and throwing some paint on it is not impressive. Taping a banana to a wall is not impressive. Modern art is a socially agreed illusion. It's a socially we socially agree that modern art is cooked. It took some time to get there, but we accept it. If you ask the average person, is modern art cooked? They'd be like, yeah, of course. Like this is nothing. I can paint 3 stripes. Like back, it was easier to trick people that modern art had a science or something bigger behind it before stuff like the information age. Information age has sort of made the average person able to be more confident in common sense and able to be smarter, able to research more. So we know now painting 3 stripes is bullshit. So with modern art, we accepted that that's a bunch of nonsense. The problem is modern literature is not that different. It's not that different. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of literature that was made in the 20th century that is the equivalent of the 3 stripes. Or there was also cases like Andy Warhol, for example. He wasn't doing stuffing like just painting 3 stripes. Like he would have times where he would actually draw. But was he good? Was he skilled at what he did? No, not at all. He had no skill. Even Van Gogh, who is remembered to this day, was Van Gogh skilled. No, he was remembered posthumously for being a character. You know, he made it. There's Van Gogh, the person that actually existed, and he's unremarkable. And then there's Van Gogh, the character that they made for him after death, who's like this insane, crazy, eccentric, genius, tortured artist guy. And he's a separate entity. And usually when people think of Van Gogh, that's who they're thinking of.
So when we take all of these things that you just said, like, okay, we've
Yes.
denounced Van Gogh, we've denounced Andy Warhol, we've denounced
Yes.
modern art. Now we can start to understand why otaku is not being accepted, because the counter to this is all of the other garbage is being accepted. Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, so basically, long story short, with literature, a lot of it, literature always had an aspect of it that was political. There was always the contrivance. There was always the contrivance aspect. Like, we're gonna make this popular because the king likes it. The king digs it, so it's gonna be popular. You know, the government benefits from more people reading and respecting this, so we're gonna push it. But it was never that bad until the 20th century. That's when literature really got politically tied, and that's when it really, really was getting pushed as like, this work is important and good because because look up literature from the 20th century and look up descriptions of why it's praised, and just put on your common sense hat for a second and ask yourself, do the reasons this thing is being praised have anything to do with literature, or do they have to do with social stuff, society stuff?
Are those mutually exclusive for some reason?
Yes, they actually are, because that's actually a good point. They are mutually exclusive because think about propaganda. Does the word propaganda inspire a good connotation in your mind, or does it?
I mean, if it's otaku propaganda like this, probably a good, but in general, I think propaganda is negative. Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Chinese language learner propaganda, negative. Yes.
That's negative for sure. So the reason we sort of ascribe a negative connotation to propaganda is because we usually think of it as shallow. It lacks depth. Literally lacks layers. So if you think about something like a propaganda work to say that, you know, this king is the best dude ever, a lot of the time you think of it as like, well, there's nothing to chew on. It's just jamming the same idea over and over in my head that this king is the shit. Like, what do I care? Like, move on. I want something that stimulates, that has layers, that is complex. That's why propaganda has a negative connotation. And that's why there is a strong correlation between what is praised for social political reasons and low quality. Because higher quality tends to be more agnostic by nature, because it's too complex to bash you over the head with a propaganda idea. And that's sort of the key. And that's where, especially, what tends to happen too is the more complex and sophisticated storytelling gets, it actually tends to depart a lot of time from social norms altogether. And otaku culture is kind of just like a big mass of that. It's a big mass of being like, well, why do we need any social norms or any social stand? You know, it's easy to forget when, you know, you're really, really into the thick of otaku stuff, but like, it is full of, I guess, weirdness, you know. It has discarded a lot of social norms and stuff. It's not concerned with, you know, a lot of things. I'm sure I don't need to list them off.
It's a rejection of a lot of social norms. So to some extent, that's why it resonates with people, right? It's the...
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Because we are in a crazy world where a lot of people are very sick of how heavy-handed moral reprimanding has gotten in modern day, how politically tied morals have gotten, how violent discussion between people has gotten, and otaku stuff, otaku culture, otaku media has become this kind of beacon of light that it's almost like, and actually this is one of the themes I want to really dig into in Orkastle, but you'll see that when the time comes. But in a crazy world, sometimes the world gets so crazy that the crazy thing is actually suddenly the bearer of common sense. And that's where otaku stuff has gotten. And to go back to Shakespeare and Dickens, otaku culture is that next step. It's the next Shakespeare, it's the next Dickens era. It's the people who are commercially concerned. They write for the masses. They don't write for critics. They don't write for political awards. They write for the masses. They write for the common person like you and me. They write to elevate the common person. They write to entertain the common person, but they also write to illuminate the common person and connect to the common person. And it's a market that is competitive, and it is relatively healthy in its competition. I have a laundry list of complaints and issues with stuff like the way the anime industry works, the way marketing works, blah, blah, blah. But that's, for all intents and purposes, it's a pretty healthy competition. And those competition environments, they promote quality. It's like, just like for art, for example, if you're an animator, you're going to get paid more. You're going to have a higher chance of being famous, and you're going to have new job opportunities open the more skilled you are. So, what better environment is there to motivate you to get better? If you can just throw 3 stripes on a canvas and sell that for $1 billion and be called, evocative and deep, are you going to try to get better at art? No, obviously not. Okay, obviously not. And that's why we being otaku, have the best artists. That's why we're on the cutting edge of art, because we're the most competitive and we have the most incentives to be better. And it's the same way with the literature where, okay, one caveat, where the literary culture resides in otaku culture. Not all of otaku culture is literary minded. There's pockets where it's more, there's pockets where it's less. Where it's literary minded, it's highly competitive, and it's people pushing things as far as they can go. So that's basically the answer to, I believe that was, whose question was that? Was that Zad's question?
That's bad. That's bad. Yes. That was the user. And yeah, he basically has summarized it here. So we have Sophocles, Homer, Milton, all those are trash. Then we have Shakespeare, then Dickens, then Maeda.
They were valiant efforts for their time. I like to use speedrunning. As a metaphor, okay? Do we pull up a Mario 64 speedrun from 2007 and go, this guy wasn't Siglemic. Siglemic in this case is like Shakespeare. This guy wasn't Siglemic, so he's pure trash. We go, no, okay, it was a simpler time. He was the first to really do it. It's admirable that he recorded it. He clearly is putting in effort. There were no resources to learn from. We're going to judge him differently. That's your Milton, That's your Homer. It's that valiant, pioneering effort where you make the best of fumbling around in the dark. And that's impressive, and that's admirable, and that's worth respect. But it can't be compared to when your Siglemic steps in, your Shakespeare, and now he's like, we got science, we grind, we're system. it's apples, oranges. It just so happens that these oranges are much higher quality than these apples.
Times are changing. All right, so we're already an hour in, and we're still on the first section. We might have to start moving at a bit quicker pace. Just
okay, sorry,
no, you're good.
I'm famous
I
for
think
this. So.
This is what people need to see, the real Howard Blast. But
yes.
let's.
What have you dragged me into?
Yeah. So let's go ahead and skip down to Strib's question. So Strib is your arch nemesis, your editor-in-chief,
yes.
and your best friend.
Yes.
And
yes.
he asked, so what differentiates you from any other indie dev to have attempted making a game that's just like the Japanese, he put in quotes. So anime-like is already an overdone, emulated hack aesthetic. So how are you any different?
Written directly into Japanese. That's the big one. But even if that wasn't there, literary quality priority. 3, literary style priority. I am being unmistakable from the way actual Japanese people do it. I guarantee people will read it in Japan and be like, what the frick? And not normies, because normies in Japan can get tricked by even something like Valhalla. I'm talking real otaku people will read it and be like, no way an American did this. So yeah, style authenticity is the other one. Yep.
So jumping into the immersion side of things, so we already talked a bit about your origin story here, but what was the Howard method like for that point? I know you basically, praised to Kat's daddy, but he's inspiration. There had to have been you translating that into actual actions. What did those actions look like?
Okay, my methods evolved with time, and there is a hard cutoff point pre-joining DJT, and post-joining DJT, because they helped me optimize a lot of things. It wasn't random. I was proactively seeking ways to optimize, and that's how I found them. So in the beginning, I didn't use Anki much. The way I would use Anki was very specific. Every once in a while, I would feel like my vocab has holes in it that should be patched ASAP. And I think anyone who's been learning long enough knows what that feels like. Sometimes you feel like you're comprehending less words than you should be. It's just this feeling like I should know more words. At those times, I would download a pre-made Anki deck, like a Core 2K, Core whatever K, and I would just spam it for a couple days. That was my day for a couple days. It would be sometimes, I think the worst one, the most painful one, so to speak, I think it went on for a full week. I was like that gif of the people at the casino. I was just Anki for like a week. And this would happen maybe twice a year. That's all it was, maybe twice a year. Otherwise, I did not touch Anki much. I would have experimental phases with it, like maybe I'll remember some sentences or whatever, but I did not touch Anki much. I was more of a vocab list guy. And I, in retrospect, could have been using Anki much better, and I wish I did. But on the flip side, I don't regret it that much, because pre-N1, so the beginner phase, everything pre-N1, the thing about it is that you're mostly focused on stuff that's so common that if you just keep consuming, you'll see it constantly. Right. And I had a secret weapon. And no one else had. And I got this from Kat's daddy because I was the one who truly understood how great Kat's daddy is, and everyone else underestimated him, didn't take his words seriously enough. I really paid attention to every little thing he said, and there was one little piece of nugget of gold, of pure gold from Kat's daddy, which was repeat, reread, rewatch. That was the thing. That was the Howardian secret, and it's actually my secret to this day, although I it's much more complex. My philosophies on repetition are much more complex now because I'm doing more complex stuff like output. So I have more complex ideas about why I repeat. But in the early stages, everything pre N1, repetition is basically super Anki. It's super Anki because what you're doing is instead of just mindlessly repping, you're actually getting the full package again. And that yields incredible results that can't be understated enough. That's why I said when I put that video up the other day, that's why I said, like, watch Gochusa 30 times. Just do it. Okay, quick correction, because we got to call out. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to call out. We're gonna have to call out Kiwi-san, Leave a Kiwi-san, because he did the JoJo episode 50 times thing. Don't do that. Don't do that. That was
30's okay. 50's not.
50's too much.
Okay.
50 is too much.
Okay, that's where the line's drawn.
Yeah, 50 was just too much, and it shouldn't have been one episode. I experimented with that one time. I actually did do one episode, and it just wasn't right. You want that story flow. You want that human context. The whole point of repetition is it gives you the full human context again. So it doesn't just become studying. When it's just one episode and 50 times is excessive, it becomes studying. You want to let the whole thing go, or, you know, maybe a 4-episode stretch, a 3-episode stretch, something that completes an arc or something close to an arc. You want to let that flow. You need that human info, because that's the secret weapon. And that's what gave me this kind of ultra instinct with Japanese when I entered the GJT that other people just like didn't have. I just had this intuition. My Japanese ability manifested really strangely over N1 in that I would forget readings more commonly than people at my level, but I had better grammar sense. I had better overall intuition, all these other things. And I would notice a higher breadth of words and stuff like that. Like there was just a higher, I guess you could say that, I don't like the word fluency, but you could just say there was a higher fluency, like a general G factor fluency. And that repetition was huge with that. So that was the early days. It was a lot of repetition, rereading stuff, a lot of rewatching stuff, a lot of Japanese subbed anime, the Anki binges, but those were seldom, and vocab lists. And the vocab lists were just something I would put together when there's a set of words I knew I was struggling with. I would open it every day, I would check it out, and then eventually I would just sort of discard them. It was not systemized. It didn't have to be. And the big secret sauce that held all this together was constant listening. And I mean constant listening. It would only go off when I would sleep. And Katz was big on that. The second you wake up, you hit don't let yourself even think an English thought. Turn on Japanese. Then you can think about English after. But you need, in those early stages, it is so crucial, because what actually happens is your brain has momentum. And what will happen is if you wake up and you just start thinking about some English shit or English media, English people, you know, whatever, it carries a momentum, and you have to actually grab the part of your brain that's running away, and you have to actually pull it back, which costs a lot of energy. And that's where Kat's daddy was a genius too. He would systemize energy. He would teach you ways to objectify the amount of energy you have. So you'd be like, shit, all right, that's bad. So don't think what it is. That's the other thing. I see that all the time with like learners, sometimes even over N1, they get indecisive. It's like, bro, why are you being indecisive? If you see Japanese, boom, just hit it. Turn it on. That's another thing Katz was really big on. If any Japanese passes in your vision, just give it at least a second of your time. Like, there could be like a random scrap of newspaper on the floor. Give it a second of your time. It doesn't matter what it is unless it's Gaijin output. In which case, close your eyes, cover your ears. Unless it's Gaijin output, just give it a second of your time. That philosophy changed everything because it was the min-maxing, it was the eking out the little gains, it was all that stuff. That's what coasted me effortlessly over N1 over the course of, like I said, like maybe 4 or 5 years or something, which is slow, but for someone who was learning all those other things I was doing and busy with, coding, job searching at the time, art, all that stuff, becoming a better writer, all those things, that's fast for someone who it was an effortless coast. Then things changed after that. Then that's where I call intermediate hell. Intermediate hell is once you're over the N1 mark. And the intermediate hell is terrible because you want to understand everything and you feel like you should, but you can't. And so you have to endure a few years of this so close yet so far hell, especially if you want to be a good writer and you want to more literarily understand shit. You're in this really tantalizing spot where it feels like, oh, I should be able to understand this 100%. I feel like I should really get this, but just there's this barrier, and that's where people are truly tested. Okay, and that's another reason I made that recent video I put up, because I am finding that period, that intermediate hell, has become culturally treated over time as the end goal.
Right.
Which is kind of disgusting. Yeah.
I agree.
Kind of disgusting. Yep. Yeah, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, and it's terrible because the problem with it is I actually just talked to someone who was learning in the DJT when I joined it. He joined shortly after. He quit. And I talked to another person and he kind of quit, and it's like they just drop. And it's like, what the hell? You're like kind of over the N1 mark. How do you lose it? It's like, it sounds insane, but it's very real. And it all stems from that issue of people not understanding that you're in intermediate hell. You didn't actually like reach the end. And this is where otaku oppression comes in again. A lot of people will use their anti-otaku sentiment to justify quitting. Because something happens in intermediate hell where now it's no longer, hey, I get to read this stuff in Japanese, and that's awesome. Now it becomes, oh, when I read shit in Japanese, it's like debuffed by the holes in my language ability. It's like worse than it should be, meaning everything is going to come off literarily worse. Everything is going to be less entertaining. Pacing is going to feel like odd, stuff like that. There's all these intermediate problems. And Cats used to talk about these a lot, but this is an aspect of Cats I used to pay less attention to because I absorbed all the Cats wisdom when I was a beginner. So I didn't get to reflect on his intermediate specific advice so much until much later. And I would find all these lessons would like come back to me. Oh, that's why Kat said that. That's why Kat said this. Because he used to talk a lot about these intermediate quitters and how they were Dunning-Kruger and they were pathetic and they were blaming everything other than just, hey, bro, you're not good at Japanese. I'm sorry, you're not good at it. And that's where Kat's had this amazing philosophy where it's like, if you're not native, I don't care how good you are. I don't care what you are if you're not native. Like, if you're not native level, you're nothing. Keep learning. Just keep going.
I think that's the big difference, though, and especially the people that would say, like, and I would probably say this too, like, I typically, the normal thing is that N1 and above is advanced, right? But then you compare that to a native speaker, and you wouldn't be advanced, right? And so it really comes down to, what do you actually want to do? And I think a lot of people get into this for the same reason that you were saying, Howard, that is like, oh, I just want to understand the anime or whatever. And then I've asked so many people on this podcast, what's your end game for this, right? And even for myself, that was a bit of soul searching, like trying to figure out, like, where is this actually supposed to go? How would you use it? I don't think that I'm going to be able to get to a native level of writing or something like that, having all those copes and insecurities myself, right? And then it's like, once you actually have somebody saying, no, you can do that, you can get to a native level. Yeah, it's going to be painful compared to just sitting down and consuming slop all day. Like, yeah, like it's a very different mindset. And so, yeah, I totally get, we have like a beginner phase that we're kind of setting here. Then you're saying that anything beyond like an N1 is intermediate. I do kind of question if Katz, like, because Katz disappeared. So it's like, for him too, it's like, I don't know what his end game ended up being as well. So I kind of question that. But
yeah,
in general,
don't.
Yeah.
It's funny.
You don't question?
No, like, I mean, we don't know.
We don't know.
We don't
right,
know.
Right.
Like, what the hell? For all we know, Katz forgot Japanese. You know, I mean, like,
exactly.
You know, who
and
the hell knows? Like,
that's just it.
Katz was crazy. Katz was a wild card. So I approve of any life choices Katz makes unconditionally. So that's
unconditionally. What if he? Well, I mean, he did go to learn Chinese, right, and abandoned otaku. So it's like, so I guess like that's my thing is I feel like a lot of people get complacent with their Japanese, but then they're not actually using Japanese to do something besides maybe like, and I mean that's just it. Maybe it is sufficient for some people to just go to Japan, live their life in Japan. I guess if that's what people want, like, I'm not going to tell them that they're wrong. Howard might, but I don't really have a problem with it if people want to stop. But at least for me, like, the end game goes much beyond that, right? Like, because that's the otaku end game. The otaku end game is, like, at least for me, it's the idea of being in a circle with other otaku, creating stuff, just iterating on that, getting some feedback from that, and then just keep thriving off of that energy, right? And exactly. I see a lot of people stopping way before they could even get to that level, where it's like, it's no longer important to do things with Japanese. And that's why we have this Chinese learner plague. Sorry, Wyatt. This Chinese learner plague, where it's like, yeah, I got good at Japanese. So now I'm going to go get that same high from something else and chase something else that it was like, you're not actually doing what has been destined to you by, as Howard says, one true God. So it's like, I don't know. So Wyatt, what do you think about this? Like, because I feel like all these philosophies kind of both go against like the idea of learning Chinese or moving on too early, but at the same time, you've probably gotten better at Japanese than most people, quite honestly. So where are you at with this?
Yeah, so like, I think there's not very many like true otaku. Like, I'm one of the most otaku people I know, but compared to like Kanji and definitely compared to Howard, like not even like nowhere close. Like most people, they just get pretty good. They get what they need. There's a lot of people who like quit around like N2 or N1 and never even go to Japan or do anything with it.
Yeah.
And they kind of got what they needed from it. And I think that's totally fine.
Same.
But the reason I learned Chinese, it's like I'm still learning Japanese. I still add every word, still immerse a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm kind of like, if I can get good enough to get a job and work there, that's all I need.
In China?
I still have like 3 more. No, not in China. In Japan.
Oh, okay.
Like, I think I'll just get there over the course of the 3 years I'm in college. It'll just be fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still going to improve it over the rest of my life. Like, I don't need to spend 10 years mastering it when I can spend, 50 years mastering it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have the rest of my life to spend with Japanese and Chinese.
I guess it depends on what you want to do with it, right? Like, if your goal is just to live over there, right? I mean, I think you're probably right about everything that you said. I guess if it's like you want to like contribute,
you still need to get pretty good.
Agreed. Yeah, I don't want to downplay that. You do. But I guess it's like, how is just learning the tool good enough, or do you need to make something with that tool, right?
So now, I have no end game for Chinese. I have no idea. I'm just doing it for fun because I have free time and it's a more productive use than watching YouTube, I guess, like Slop.
Mm-hmm.
But about the Japanese level, I heard a story from Seven Stop. Everyone can hear it live.
Yeah, go ahead.
In the job that he got, he had to write an essay on how he would fix like a system of like grading employees and make an entire presentation on something else and present it live. And he had to do all this in like an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And he was against a native Japanese person.
Mm-hmm.
Like there is no level of Japanese you can get where you would not benefit, like trying to get a job. Even native level past native level, you would still benefit. So like native level is still like, you know, not like I intend to reach it, but it's still like the goal, the end goal for Japanese. It's much more concrete. And Chinese is just like, I think it'll probably be useful in the future, but it's mostly just for fun. But I'm still hardcore into Japanese.
So I guess for me, it's like, I don't even so much care. Like native level also just happens to be a milestone in my brain as well. Like it's not even like, it's not, for me, an end game isn't just to get there, because I think that the really great people that are creating things are, even for Japanese, they're past what a normal Japanese person could do. So the idea of even like hitting like native level Japanese, it's like that probably is like the beginner level for like creation, right? Like I think like to really do like to what Howard said, like the amount of people that are really creating like the peak, like it's a really small group of people, and the idea of striving for that like perfection or something, I feel like there's a lot of you can put a lot of meaning into your life into that. And I guess for me that's kind of where I jokingly disparage Chinese learning, even though I love you, Wyatt, so I'm just messing around, but yeah.
I love you too.
I think his answer was good for sure. As far as justifying it, he definitely sold me the Brooklyn Bridge, but
I do think Chinese is otaku though.
I think it's relevant because otaku stuff is spreading to China, but they're like, it's like weird. It's like the Chinese market matters, but it also kind of doesn't. It's weird. Like if someone could like matrix inject Chinese in my head right now, I would take it for sure. I'll probably never actually learn it, but
I'd say the same. Yeah. It's like, because that's just it. Those other cultures are now seeing like their own like mini otaku revolutions potentially. I don't know where they're going to end up, right? But like they're starting to have like the bud of like, I don't remember, I'll post it later, the little Chinese anime with like the black cat. I don't know if people know. It's like a popular one. Yeah. That was really good. Like I don't care whether it was, pure otaku or not. It was good for the Pixar film that it needed to be, right? And so like that idea that like China can start to produce those sorts of things, to me, it's like that's cool. I think that's interesting. Same with the things that we're seeing this now with otaku stuff, like where it comes originally from Korea, but then the Japanese animation teams are the ones that are building it, and it's very close. So like that's the sort of thing that I don't see that coming from the West as much just yet. I think there may have been like one or two things. Like I would throw some things out there. Like quite honestly, I think Avatar is really good. Like not the Blue People one, like maybe? The Nickelodeon one. Like I think for what that was, that's really good. And I don't think that there are a lot of other things in the West. I think they ended up looking like Steven's Universe or something like that, right? And I think that's
it's worth noting. Avatar is very Korean. That's worth noting.
Is it? Okay, interesting.
Oh, really?
I wouldn't know.
Korean, yeah. It's Koreans. Koreans were the backbone of it.
So I guess like that's just it. Like you start to be able to pick up that these influencers are coming from these other places, and then we kind of like, at least me, like my otaku mindset is we should be bolstering that idea and starting to steer it more closely to that native level. But there are so few people that can actually get to a native level where they can even start that. So, anyways, I've gotten us off track a bit, but that's kind of my mindset.
I want to get some of Howard's respect. I will say I have the biggest collection of Mandarin anime dubs on the internet, and the totality of all the real Chinese I've heard that isn't from dubbed anime is my Chinese friend talking to his parents on the phone. Everything else is all anime, Chinese anime or dubs. I'm like 50 times through Freeman in Chinese.
Badass, all right.
So this is why I think it's otaku, at least the way I do it.
That's the best sell. That's the best sell I've heard for the Chinese epidemic.
I'm enabling Chinese learning otaku.
You are.
One thing I will say that I wanted to come up really bad, like the main thing I think is really important to get out about why the Chinese learning stuff is often so destructive to most people. I try to explain this to a lot of people. I think it can be hard for them to get sometimes, but there's a concept of your Japanese learning acceleration. And because it's a language, acceleration is this is important for learning all skills, but acceleration level is really important, especially for language, because language goes in reverse when it's not being pushed enough.
Yep.
Not only that, but certain levels are never reached. Certain skills have an acceleration minimal that they ask out of you. And that's where, Kanji, you brought up the concept of natives having aspects of the language that they find difficult and inaccessible. And that's really, really interesting because one time I was curious to see what kind of writing advice YouTube exists in Japanese. It's all very obscure. It's not popular at all, but it's interesting. Right. And I listened to some of it. And one guy was saying, hey, you know what's really hard, he didn't say even for natives because he assumes no Gaijin would be watching this, but he says, you know what's really hard is writing dialogue where the dialogue inherently proves that that character said it. In other words, he's saying even for natives, capturing a specific voice is difficult. And that is true. And that's one of the things that I feel really cool about when I'm writing characters and I'm confident I'm getting the voice right and stuff, because that is that's a skill that requires high acceleration. In other words, you will only master certain character voices and stuff if you're sticking that info in your head at a consistent, fast enough rate. In other words, it's like, doing it for like 30 minutes a day over so-and-so years and building up just as much hours with it as if you were to do it 8 hours a day focused on that for like, a much shorter period of time. Those are not equivalents because the higher acceleration is unlocking powers that the lower acceleration can't. And that's something a lot of people, I think that demand for acceleration is a huge reason why people over N1 just get like, get all whacked out.
We see this.
Matt said the same thing.
Yeah.
Where he would say,
did he? All right.
Yeah, learning over a shorter period of time, you would learn faster because you forget less. But I do think there are benefits to learning over a longer period of time because the more common stuff,
which is good because that's what I have to do. Yeah.
For sure. No, I mean the long game is always number one. The long game, it's always just time in the market.
Well, that's what we see is like on this podcast, especially like the brightest stars burn out the fastest, right? Like, you'll have people that they speed run it, and then it's like, okay, but then there's no long term end game there beyond just hitting that milestone, which accelerates the issues.
Usually very communicative. They usually are looking for praise or something equivalent. Those people who do that, and it's very disgusting.
I don't know that I would say that. I'm friends with a lot of those people, but I get the sentiment. Okay, so back to Howard's learning journey. So 4 to 5 years, you approximate. You're probably like at an N1 level. You mentioned you did a whole bunch of anime, repeating it, but I haven't heard Vinny shout it out once. So it's like fake otaku. What's going on here? Where does that come in?
I'm so otaku that when I say reading, I assume that conjures Vinny's first.
Okay.
So what was interesting is, and this is another place where I really will sometimes look at learners and be like, what the hell is wrong with you? I did not text hook even once when reading Vinny's until I was a good bit over N1.
Interesting.
Not like a good bit, but like mildly over N1. It did not bother me. It did not bother. And actually, he was just in chat. Shrib, my editor, and arch nemesis. He also did not tech, so he had a very similar experience to me. We started learning Japanese at very similar times, and we had similar growth rates. And at the time, text hookers were not popular. I tried one once, and pretty early in, and it was buggy, and it was weird, and it was annoying, and I didn't like it. And so it actually glitched out. I couldn't even turn it back on even if I wanted to, and I didn't feel like fixing it. So it was a big shock when I made it to DJT, and they were all like, "Yo, oh my god, if you're not text hooking, what are you doing?" And at first I was dismissive of it, but when I realized it was good for pushing through that intermediate hell, that's when I was convinced. I was like, okay, this is good for intermediate hell. But should it ever be considered necessary? Should it ever be considered? It's like, no, it really shouldn't be. And there's a reason I want to point this out, because it really asks of people, well, how much are you really willing to engage with Japanese? It's almost like, okay, lately my brother has been turning on these videos of these Daredevil dudes doing like urbex stuff where they climb cranes and they climb on crazy spires and stuff and all this wacky stuff, and they do it with no harness, no nothing, not even gloves. Sometimes it's raining. They could easily die. I mean, they are literally risking death all the time and stuff. And it's like, to me, that's I kind of see text hooker obsession. Like, imagine if one of these guys started putting on a harness and had all this safety equipment. Like, it would kill it. It's just like lame. It's like, dude,
it would do the opposite, wouldn't it? Like, it would keep them alive.
Yes.
Like,
exactly. It's like, are you a Daredevil or are you a guy
you're just a climber at that point?
Yes, you're
not a Daredevil. You're just a climber. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. And so that's kind of how I see it. It's like, well, where's the part where you just read and enjoy this time with this open application known as a Vinny that happens to be a book that a native would just open and enjoy? And that was big with Cats. Again, Cats, like he said, it's like the famous monster screenshot, I am Japanese. Cats was big on that. He said, like, literally, if just right from the start you act like a Japanese person, you're eventually going to become fluent in the Japanese. And what does a Japanese person do? They just open the frickin' Vinny and they just enjoy it.
But a Japanese person is raised in Japan. And I think the counter argument to why you should be opening a Benny a text hooker is because you don't want to be white noising it at the same time, right?
Right.
So
I disagree too. Yeah.
Well, it's not even. It's funny because I just read Island, right? And I read it on my Vita. I could have read it on my PC, but I said I don't want to text hook this one because I don't think I need to. I read it for an hour. It was at my level. I was like, this is a chill read. So I just finished that this week. And it's interesting because before that, I pretty much always just said, like, oh, if I'm reading something really dense, I might as well make sure that it's something that I can mine from, do all the, Japanese learner check boxes. But with this, it was like, to Howard's point, I am trying to just engage with it like I normally would any other written media. And from that, it was a little bit different experience. When I didn't know a word, I was forced to engage with it more when I had to, look it up on my phone if I even felt like it, right? And then even if I didn't look it up, I would be like, I would still remember it. Like, I remember, I think it was Inari, like Anchor, and it was like a kanji for it that I hadn't seen because it wasn't the one that I had put in Anki, and there were two different variations of it. I now still remember how to write it by hand, even though I don't write, even though, like, just because I've seen it so much. And then it was like, because I didn't mine it or need to mine it, it was just something that was right there. And I was forced to engage with it more than I would have if I had that quick dopamine thing of looking it up in something like Yomitan, seeing the answer immediately, just saying I'll chuck it into Anki and move along. So, but I do think there's a balance to be struck there, and that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, no, completely. And that, my bad. This will be a short answer. That is 100% what I think. It's like there is a different engagement that is had from actually typing in the word or if it's like a weird kanji you don't even know, having to actually like stroke search it up or radical search it, there is something very different. You keep looking back at the sentence you don't. You keep thinking about it. Sometimes you'll even type out like more words in the sentence. You know what I mean? It's very different. You're engaging. That's a native style lookup. You're now looking stuff up the way a native would. And that has a very different psychological effect. Sometimes it'll inspire you to even maybe do some Googling you wouldn't even do to learn more stuff. It's very, very different than the text looker. Instant, add it to my Anki, pretend I've mastered the word. Now, yes, balance. There's a balance. There's a time and place for both. And I think people, if you're not trying to find that time and place for both, you're probably in a non-Katsumotian mindset that's probably thinking of Japanese too much as studying. So that's my take.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm the complete opposite. I've looked up and added an Anki card for every unknown word I've ever seen.
That's pretty much what I do, honestly.
And like when I read Berserk,
that's what I do now.
But yeah, like when I read Berserk, I would look up multiple words every page. It was like I could barely even follow the story. But I don't even like Berserk's story, and I enjoyed it greatly because I love Japanese. I really like looking up words.
Well, that's good. I mean, that's good to hear. See, that's another thing. There are people who just enjoy language, and they have different advantages. It's sometimes some obscure disadvantages. That's actually not most people. And like, if you have that rare, like, I'm just a big language fan, you're gonna have like weird advantages that no one else has, and those are I think I've met maybe 3 in my life, 3 or 4, and you'd be like 4 or 5. It's very, very rare. Most people aren't like I'm not like that. I don't enjoy learning language for the sake of learning language. I enjoy learning. I enjoy becoming a more powerful otaku for the sake of becoming a more powerful otaku. But yeah, because the thing is like, this is actually big Howardian philosophy that I think a lot of people need to understand. I upped the standard for how much I should know while consuming, the more I knew. And that's something I think a lot of people would benefit from. So in the beginner stage, it was whatever I feel like it. It was like, if I feel like looking something up, I look it up. If I feel like letting the text just waft over me in white noise, I let it white noise. The thing is, though, it wasn't white noising because I was paying really close attention. I was really looking. If I was quote unquote white noising Japanese subtitles, I was still paying really close attention. Sometimes I was even rewinding and stuff if I thought, a second round will, give me more insight and stuff. And it turns out when you're pre-N1, that form of pseudo white noising works. Words just enter your head and you don't know why. You suddenly know words you never even consciously paid attention to. It just works. And after N1, now that you're in the intermediate hell, that's when I kicked up the standard. But I kicked up the standard intelligently in that it wasn't this idea where I was, because this is the problem. This is a huge reason people quit. They delude themselves into thinking they're getting 100% just because they know all the words and all the grammar.
Yeah.
You are not at 100% comprehension just
Definitely.
because you know all the words and grammar. There is a nuance, there is deep connotation, there is like all these little things that you are just not picking up on until you really, really get deep. And I accepted that, and I said, well then, if I'm not getting all the deeper info, if it's impossible for me to get all the deeper info at my current level, then why stress every single word? Let some words just go. If I'm already not going to be able to be perfect, why demand perfection, pseudo perfection in this specific aspect? So I let the intermediate hell keep flowing, and then suddenly I found that it was like, why not look up every single word and scrutinize every single sentence that I don't feel 100% on when they're so few and far between. You might as well. And that just fit. That just felt good. And it let me read at a smooth rate. It let me enjoy stuff at a smooth rate. It didn't get me because again, back to cats. If you're like Wyatt and you're like a rare, I just love studying language, you're an exception. You have weird superpowers that don't exist. For most people, the second you get into the mindset of I'm studying, you're cooked. You're not going to survive the study mindset. You have to be in the
Okay. So it sounds like that is, what would you say? That's your post beginner phase. That's when you started to be able to do that a bit more, or even before that you were like, how did you manage to learn anything? Oh, you said vocab list. So it's like that's just it. A lot of people. Okay, so you're saying
and
that
they were short. They were short. These were not long vocab lists. These were like, okay, here's 20 words that bothered me for a while. I'm just gonna refresh them, for a week or whatever. They were not like big lists or anything.
Okay. So as a learner, what did your daily routine for that look like?
Okay. It was wake up instantly. At the time I would always turn on my default when I wasn't in the mood for anything specific. I would always just turn on NHK News. That was my default at the time. Yeah, there was this one, because it was really easy to turn on my phone. So I would just grab my phone and I would just boom, NHK News on. It was relatively inobtrusive because it didn't have much music or anything. And I would just turn that on. That was my default. In fact, it was actually nice because I was never much of a news person prior to that. Mm-hmm. So I got to have a few years of my life where I kept up with news. I have since stopped keeping up with news because I think I think the effects on your brain are negative. But it was nice to get that at the time, and it was a new experience for me. There's a lot of big current events I actually learned from because of learning, or just because the Japanese news was on. Like a big one, for example, was when Satoru Iwata died. I heard that right when they reported it in Japanese on the NHK News. Like it wasn't like something I heard from friends or anything. Just because I had that habit of just always having the news on. Over time, well, we'll get there. Beginner phase, so it's always just boom. If I don't know what I want on NHK, otherwise it would be like anime. Oh, audio dramas I was big on. I highly recommend audio dramas to beginners because they are written in such a way that you can follow everything just from what's being said.
Right.
So they're more. They elaborate more about what's happening. Characters will throw in more words to describe their situation than they normally would, making them ideal for learning. And I had a few audio dramas that I would really loop a lot. Some of them were even amateur ones. They would do these amateur audio dramas inspired by Vocaloid songs. Those were really fun. And at any rate, so that was it. It was always constant noise. At the time, I was doing some like working stuff, and sometimes like a job would force me to go off Japanese. It was extremely painful, and I highly recommend, if you're serious about Japanese, get out of those situations ASAP. Get into a situation where you can listen to audio while working. Just figure something out. I mean, don't ruin your life, but within reason, try to get in a situation where you can listen to Japanese while working. If you're not listening to Japanese while working, you're just, you are really, really screwing yourself over. Those things add up. And DJT, when I first joined it, made fun of me for habits like that. And it's like, okay, then fast forward 5 years later, who's the one writing seriously in Japanese? I mean, it's like it's not anyone from DJT. So it's just like there was a reason I would do the constant audio. It was for so many reasons. It wasn't just because of passive gains. It was also because of like mindset stuff. It quiets the English in your brain. It builds muscle memory, et cetera, et cetera. So otherwise, I would just go about my day normally. Japanese was never once on my to-do list, ever. And if Japanese enters your to-do list, I hope you're advanced and you're just trying to get more advanced, and that's why it's on your to-do list. If your Japanese is on your to-do list, you're probably in trouble, because Japanese is supposed to just be the thing between the spaces. It's supposed to be everywhere, and it's supposed to literally be your downtime. You don't get to downtime after work and obligations and go, now I will do Japanese. No, it's just like downtime is Japanese. And that was my secret. And that's very, Katz was all about that.
Yep.
So it was just like, okay, I feel like doing YouTube rot maxing, Japanese YouTube rot maxing. I feel like playing a video game. Okay, Japanese video game, but here's a big but. The video game trap is one of those really, really like nasty abuses of like hey, I'm immersing, and this is why I don't like the immersion word, the I word, the evil I word, because first of all, it's like, okay, are you actually paying attention to the EXP gain from what you're doing? And if the answer is no, then you're probably just communicatively trying to say, hey, look, I'm immersing, so I can tell people I immersed, and then, quit 3 years down the line. So that's why if I was to play a video game in Japanese for downtime, like let's say I want to play Mario RPG, which is one of my favorite games ever. That doesn't have that much text in it. Okay, then you can bet your ass I'm going to listen to an audio drama while I'm playing it. And I'm going to pay attention more to that audio drama than what I'm playing. It's those are the tricks that let the downtime always be progress. And then even stuff too, like Katz was big on this too. It's like, why do you have Anki time? I have never once had Anki time unless it was a binge session. Anki was always just the like, oh, there's Anki. Let me smash a few reps. It was always that for me. It was always like the, hey, Anki's open. First of all, Anki should always be open. Never close Anki. Anki should always, always, always be open. And then just smash a few reps. It's just that, it's just like, it doesn't have to be this scheduled thing, because this is the thing about scheduled things. They cause stress, and no one knows what stress tangibly feels like more than me, because I have pushed myself to the limit of stress for so long now. Like you said in the intro, I sacrificed everything. So the thing about stress is that it's a very real thing. It's like a currency. People say mind over matter. If you think mind over matter is real, you've never pushed yourself. You've never done anything actually hard. Mind over matter is not real. Stress has limits, and you will collapse when you're at the limit of what stress you can afford. So scheduling causes stress. That's why you don't schedule Japanese. What non-scheduling does is actually the opposite. It builds habit. It builds reflex. It builds desire. It builds proactive desire. So I actually get a panic attack, a full-blown panic attack, if there's no Japanese in my ears, unless I'm sleeping. And that is because I have conditioned my body to be soothed by hearing Japanese at all times. I'm that's a classic. Dead ass. So if someone made me go do a job like be a waiter or something right now, or like some or construction work, some job where I can't listen to Japanese or something, I wouldn't be able to last probably more than 2 hours. I would freak the fuck out and get the hell out.
So it's funny that you say, like, you know, a schedule gives you a full-blown panic attack. I mean, there are definitely people that make that work. I'm definitely one of those people that, since I, you know, work a full-time job, I haven't sacrificed my relationship with my wife yet. If a divorce is down the line, we can blame Japanese, but things are going pretty good so far. 10 years in,
yes,
getting
that's
pretty
right.
serious.
Congrats on Kanji Jr.
Oh yeah, my wife is pregnant, guys. That's the big reveal there. So by the way, so anyways, yeah, things are going pretty good. That was a 2023 goal. It's 2025. We're finally actuating on that goal. So my life though is very different than you know, the average NEET, where it's like I do have like a schedule, but it's not like I stop at my schedule. The schedule is a minimum, and for me, that's how plans work. It's like I planned out what we were going to talk about on the podcast today, but Howard's on here. We're going to talk about all sorts of things that aren't planned, right? So it's like we have a default, and that's what the default is for a plan, a schedule. But then it's like, if I need to do things that are more important, I'm going to do things that are more important. And usually those things are, you know, going to be whatever's in my environment. So it's not like for me, it's always like my dead minimum is like 4 hours a day Japanese. But usually I'm doing like 6 or something because I can, right? Like, because that's right. Normal. And then I get my, like the days when it's like 9. And then, you know, there are days when it's like, oh, I actually need to go be a functioning human being out in society. But we try to minimize those, right? We try to minimize those. Stick to the Ota schedule. At least that's what it is for me. But it's like my environment's in Japanese. When I have my kid, I'm talking to them in Japanese. I'm going to be watching anime with them 24/7. Like that's going to be the natural environment that they're in. But I see a lot of people. I think this is what your real criticism here is, Howard. That a lot of people use their mental energy to choose what to do with their time.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that bogs people down. I think if you have a schedule and you don't have to think about that schedule, I don't think about Anki. Like, I'm going to do it in the morning. It's just, that is my morning, right? But if you have to think about it and it's like a conscious thing, oh, do I want to do Anki or something else? Like, then you're probably losing the battle. I think the issue here is a lot of people aren't like you and me there, Howard. Like we're very different in the mentality there, but we're still coming to the same end game.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Oh, yeah.
So it's
because what you're essentially saying is that you have aspects of schedule committed to habit, basically, is what you're saying. It's basically, for you, aspects of having a schedule that's not actually that's de facto a non-to-do list. It's actually just an auto, is basically what you're describing. And that's why you'll do more than what you planned, because it's just it's just like a loose habitual guide.
Right.
The schedule, the true schedule shit is when it's actually effort.
Right. And I think that's the difference. And I don't know, I've tried to advise people on how to do this before, but I don't know, like, you know, if you can start to set it up, to Howard's point, as an actual habit, you won't struggle with it because it's just like the natural part of your day. But then people lose their habit and then they end up like Strib. So I don't know.
What happened to Strib?
I mean, the Strib story is still developing, and I hope it has a bright, happy fairy tale ending. But
new podcast episode in a year. Talk about Strib.
What Strib is doing? Strib is actually, it's actually non-Japanese related. Strib is actually very good at Japanese.
He is.
It's what he's doing is he's taking on dark energy, and he's trying to see if he can evolve to like archdemon status.
Oh,
and
yeah, of course, yeah.
It's causing him some issues, and we keep recommending him
archdemon's rough.
Do it. To not do it, but we're
in Buddhist terms, he's in the darkest night right now, and he's about to pass through that
night of the dark
other
soul.
side.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
I see.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyways,
but that's this is the thing. Like, a lot of the time, I ask people, like, well, why can't you just make this stuff habit? And it's just a lot of time. It's like, because I really want to. I can't help it. I want to turn on Factorio. But see, that's the funny thing. Dude, it's like,
Factorio?
okay, you want to turn on Factorio. Why not listen to audio dramas while you're playing Factorio? It's like,
I had that phase.
like ruins the vibe, and it's like, okay. That's when it's time to start doing some soul searching, because it's like, why are you so why are you so invested in doing things that are vices? Like, if your call, if like the voice in your head that is like calling you to action is just demanding you shut out Japanese. And actually, it's funny. It's actually funny that you mentioned Strib, because he's actually a perfect example of not this. He's actually a perfect example of like someone who, for those who don't know, Strib is just someone who's a long-time JP learner, and he's very good at it. No matter, he's a person with a lot of vices. Did those vices ever demand that Japanese stops? No, never. That's the difference. That's the Stribian difference. It's like, why do you have these vices that demand the Japanese stop? Like, that's the part where it's probably a fundamental identity issue. That's where it's no longer like, I have this urge to do a Rotmax like Factorio session or something. And now, because again, you could just listen to audio dramas or stuff, or even smack Anki on the side while playing Factorio. That's when it's straight up, you have anti-otaku brainworms that are actually scared. They're actually terrified of what will happen if you let yourself become too otaku. And it's actually like a real, and this is why Katz said, do not allow friends who hate you to be a part of influencing your life. Like, that piece of advice, it's weird, because I feel like on social media lately that piece of advice has become like kind of more of a topic. But at the time Katz said it, and he of course said it better than anyone, that was mind-blowing to me. The idea that like just proximity to the wrong people will reduce your aptitude for a skill. That was mind-blowing, but it's so true. And a lot of the time, it's like the thing that's making someone like not want to do Japanese is just like, I have some like girl I simp in my mind, and Japanese has nothing to do with simping this girl, or like, I want to play, I just want to, play my Xbox Live with my friends, and I don't want to have to, be the weird Japanese guy. That's when it becomes like a full-blown, like, I hate to use the term, but like spiritual barrier. That's when it's an identity level crisis, and that's one of the reasons I am so ruthless. That's why I've become so tyrannical about otaku supremacy, because we can't, anything less is going to get abused by other people. They'll find the cracks. You need to be airtight. You need to be like, why is it not this? Why is it not that? Why are you not just naturally compelled to read Vinnies? Why are you not just naturally compelled to have Japanese in your brain at all times? Why not? Is there a single good reason you can provide for that? And this is the thing too. A lot of time people will get kind of pissy about that. Like, man, I'm just not going to learn. And a lot of people I checked in with who quit and stuff were kind of that mentality. Like what I'm talking long-time learners. When you're 3 and 1, I'm much more sympathetic because it can be difficult to get the gears moving and get all the habits and stuff. But when you fall off at like near or post N1, or just can't get enough acceleration going, that's when I really start to ask you, like, okay, did you do this to learn Japanese, or did you do this to say that learning Japanese is pointless, or that learning Japanese is stupid, or I could do it if I wanted to, but I don't want to, and that's where so many people, I think, get called out, because it's just like, and it's funny too, because even if you take, I'm gonna get a little hot and heavy and call out Sneaky Matt for a minute.
Matt, friend of the podcast, and who dedicated 4 hours to last week. Yeah, let's go ahead and blow Matt open here.
Last week.
No, we love Sneaky Matt here. We love Sneaky Matt. So this is not a criticism. This is
okay.
This is actually a compliment. This is a compliment. Sneaky Matt is. I'm going to compliment him for he businessified Japanese because he didn't inherently see value in it inherently. And so his motivation was to make business out of it. And so he recognized that he didn't have that intrinsic motivation, so he created an extrinsic one. And that is why he's Matt. But the rest of us are not Matt. The rest of us can't be Matt. The rest of us need that inherent motivation, or it's just not going to happen. Oh, and that's also too. This actually ties back in with everything I was saying about literature and stuff. Lot of the time, the people who quit Japanese and stuff or can't get going with it are not only are they disinterested in the literary aspect of otaku literary accomplishments. A lot of the time, they're actually proactively disrespectful to the point of psychosis. One of the dudes I checked who quit, like past N1, he actually one time had a full-blown mental breakdown. That's not an exaggeration. He actually had a mental breakdown when I was analyzing how good... I think we were talking about Little Busters when I was like analyzing it. He actually had a full-blown mental breakdown. Like it was like holding up a cross to a vampire. He just started. He actually screamed and he cried and he fell on his floor, and it actually took a minute before he could get up because he was so upset. And I was like, Jesus Christ, like, what is causing, like,
what was the origin of that? What was it about Little Busters the literary peakness that he couldn't handle, or what?
I think it's the fact. This is what I think it is, and this there's a lot of lessons to be gleaned from this. I'm trying to think I'm trying to think the best way to word this. Okay, when it comes to your apprehension towards doing something, if it's irrational, 9 times out of 10, it's because you fear that doing that thing will make you lose social approval with someone else. And that's where you can't ignore the sort of elephant in the room that otaku and abandoning concern for social approval go hand in hand. And this is where it gets super ironic. Like, super ironic. This is funny as hell. Okay. Even though otaku and abandoning concern for social approval tend to go hand in hand, being a more powerful otaku is one of the easiest gateways, especially modern day, to a lot of social approval. It's so ironic. Here's a really good example. Take the illustrator scene. illustrators these days are like big, powerful illustrators. They're basically celebrities, and like take them. I mean, one of the most obvious ones is like if you take like Shigure Wii, you know, she's famous.
No, I don't know. Sorry.
Oh, okay. She's a VTuber illustrator. What people probably most know her for at this point was the like the Loli Requiem. Yosis did that song for her with the, I forget what it was called. It was like the Q-Sai, no
Was it
Requiem.
Dorikami something?
Yeah, Loli something Requiem. It was a pun on Q-Sai. Q-Sai is in like salvation, but Q-Sai can also mean 9 years old. Anyway, she's
beautiful.
She is a full-blown worldwide celebrity. And how did she get there? Just from digging into otaku-ness. There's no end of people who have become very socially powerful from otaku-ness. And especially on the internet, and now that the internet is becoming more and more synonymous with just the real world, especially stuff like art ability has almost become like the aesthetics of the internet in a sense. Like, okay, if you're very, let's say you're a very good-looking individual and you have a very good figure, you know, that affects the way people treat you IRL a decent bit. I don't know how much, but it affects it a bit.
Sure.
On the internet, the ability to do art very well is like that multiplied by like some crazy amount. And that's why I often say art ability is virtual aesthetics. And a big reason I committed to drawing and I never quit and I stayed serious about it was actually because I knew people would take everything I'm saying about otaku more seriously because it would be this more concrete voucher of proof of how much I'm actually grabbing something real out of otaku. And that experience Kanji said where it was like, oh, I took him more seriously when I realized like he can produce something with an actual readily visible image. That changed a lot of people. That actually changed a lot of people, and I think it's going to be the secret to Orkastle really, you know, wedging through the masses. That's why we've been putting a lot of stress on promotional art and stuff. I actually have had a few instances of like redoing some, because like for example, I'm very streamlined with actual game development, but there's a few cases of like key pieces of promotional art that I was like really like, okay, we really need to push this further and stuff. So yeah, it's big because it's just ironic. And the fact of the matter is the future is that otaku are only going to become more powerful and more respected. So if you're not cool with them now, if you're not on the boat now, you're going to pay the price later. You know, if you're going to be the dude that people don't let sit with them at lunch. You're going to be the kid that the cool kids make fun of. You're going to be
like Bitcoin.
Yes, exactly. It's like Bitcoin. Yeah.
Interesting future that you're painting there. I would say, so I even see that, I don't even know that it's strictly an art thing, but I view what you're saying as if you are a creator, that's how you earn a lot of respect points really quickly on the internet that way, and it makes you stand out. So it's like, you've probably seen that in the art area. Even with my tiny dinky little podcast, I get that already, just like the tinges of it. A small amount,
for sure.
Right?
Like,
and so it's
there's
like
aura to it.
There's
you in the Japanese learning community.
What's that?
Like everyone knows you. Like, of course, you're like one of the top people.
Which is so ironic because I haven't done anything too exceptional besides not quitting and making a podcast, and that's all it's taken. Being able to have conversations, because most of you will quit and most of you won't make a podcast. So it's like those little things of like being a creator in your own little bubble, in your own little circle, like that that propels you forward big, and then you get bigger and bigger circles and that sort of thing. And that's why we're meeting with Howard Blast right now, is because we blew up after that last Matt vs. Japan episode, and this was the only way that we could top that.
Truly.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I try to tell people all the time, like, hey, like, Japanese ability in the West is still a superpower. It has never stopped being a superpower, and you can do things with that. You have aura, and you can stomp, you can speed blitz, you can low diff, you can negative diff a lot of weaker people with that power. And like, I think that if more and more people who learn Japanese really well and can read Vinnies and stuff, I truly believe that there's a wave of popular YouTube content coming that is people who are Westerners who know Japanese well, talking at least semi-insightfully about Vinnies. I believe that, you know how speedrunning popped off? Speedrunning digest content popped off? Can you, or it gave way eventually to like challenge play in general videos that tend to go viral. Like, can you, a button press challenge and all that crap?
Mm-hmm.
I think the next serious wave is Vinny stuff. It's like really, I think that it has all the recipe for mass appeal and consumption because it's strange, it's exotic, it's weird.
Yeah.
Which always makes people want to, there's a reason that there's a reason the circus would prioritize that. It's deep. Like a lot goes into it. It's people love seeing people who invested a lot of skill points in something. It feels culturally bold. So it's like I said, like we said in the beginning, it's an answer to these troubled times. And then finally, it's just just the stuff itself. People are more and more finding out how interesting, how good these writers are and stuff. VNs in Japan have a higher concentration of literary quality than any other literary scene has ever seen in all of history. I'm nearly positive about that. Because usually I think that like
it is. Yeah. We've debated this one a lot. And Howard, I mean, when we first met and started debating things, I mean, I was all about manga, and then Howard eventually made me feel very manga chud. Made me feel very bad about that because Vinnies are so superior to everything else. And I will say, given that now I've read a lot of manga, guys, like 700 volumes ish. Then I'm getting close to 50 visual novels. I've spent a lot of time with both. What I will say is the highs that I have gotten from Vinnies are higher than the highs that I have gotten from manga. But there's a lot more stuff, like just little stories that you can pick up and enjoy quicker, I think, with manga. So it's a bit of a balance for me. Like, I love them both. I wouldn't, they're like my children. I wouldn't choose one over the other or something like that. But they do have very different aspects. And to what Howard's saying, I know to a lot of people that will sound crazy, the claim that he just made, that it's the highest literary art form, that sort of thing. But there is certainly a deeper literary quality that gets achieved by those than even from something like manga. And if you haven't dove in head first into it, I don't think you probably can see what I didn't see a few years ago as well. So I'll add some credibility to what Howard's saying, even if it's kind of a lunatic claim.
Manga is a funny discussion because I can get very emotional about it.
I know, yes.
If a certain factor gets brought in, actually two factors get brought in, or I can be very chill about it. My chill side is just like, I like manga. I was always into manga. I was reading manga since I was a kid. There's a lot of manga I like. And some of it is actually written very, very respectably. Like, actually, some of it is quite high level. Yoshihiro Tagashi of Yu Hakusho and Hunter x Hunter, he was a pioneer of storytelling. Like he was just straight up great in his day in the 90s, and then he got only better. And he happens to be in Jump of all places, which is the lowest storytelling, which has the lowest storytelling standards of any magazine.
That's gonna blow
Jump
people's mind. Like if they haven't ever heard you talk about things, Howard, the idea that Jump is the lowest form of like Japanese otaku media is going to blow people's brains.
Okay, for more normie leaning types or more new friends, that will definitely surprise them. If you have been in the otaku kind of scene for I guess if you spent enough time in certain avenues, especially in the last 3 years where this discourse has gotten more heavy, there is an infamy to Jump, no question. And in Japan, Jump and mainstream manga kind of in general had a bit of an infamy to it too. Also with deeper otaku types, especially the types who took literature very seriously. So that's why it's like funny, because sometimes I forget that it's like, yeah, that's weird and foreign to people, but at the same time, it's like for some people, this is such like I'm saying water is wet by saying Jump has a low.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's whatever. There are Jump stuff I like, even some of the worst stuff I like. But there's also better stuff. Like Kinnikuman is one of the oldest ones. It straight up pioneered it, and Kinnikuman is still awesome today. Kinnikuman still reads well, which is mind blowing because it started at the end. Like it started in '79, and it still reads well. It's not like it's not gonna. It's still got its jank, but it reads well overall. It's a good, well written manga. Yu Hakusho's straight up great, and then Hunter x Hunter is straight up phenomenal. But yeah, the point is that there are pockets of manga, there are subcultures within manga that actually consistently actually keep quite a high standard in certain aspects, or rather like on the norm. Like if you take a Kirara, the magazine, Kirara is interesting because it's almost like you can almost think of it as like, again, this is racist towards manga to say, but it's almost like manga that doesn't want to be manga. It has a very deep tie to the VN industry and the illustration industry, which also has a deep tie to LNs and VNs. And Kirara has a tradition where they expect their mangaka to double as illustrators. So right off the bat, high art standards, very high art standards. It's very difficult to be a Japanese illustrator in otaku markets. You have to be like freaking. Pardon me. That's how excited I got in emphasizing that. You have to be freaking good. So the fact that they want their mangaka to be illustrators already is just like, okay, high art standard, and then on top of it, they have a higher storytelling standard, and the Yonkoma format, the 4 panels, actually helps promote writing standards because it inherently draws attention to stuff like rhythm, flow, characterization. So the Yonkoma format is actually really nice for that. That's not to say anything that's Yonkoma is good for free, but it helps, and it has a strong relationship with the VN scene, and that's why. If you take Madoka Magica, that was, for example, a project born that's half Kirara, half VN scene. Gotcha. That's Umeki Ao. I always forget her exact name. Umeki Aoi, right? She from Kirara, known for Hidamari sketch, teaming up with Urabuchi from VNs, from Nitro Plus. So these scenes are very connected. Gochiusa, which, as far as I am aware, is the most impressive literary feat in manga history. Very high level writing, very high level story. Especially, it's a serial work that spans 10 years. So the last arc is much more impressive than the first arc. They're all very impressive, though. That was done by people who were visual novel fans. So it all kind of can, and you can see the influence a lot. You can see the, you can see what they like in it. You can feel that visual novel influence in it. So anyway, the point is yes, I think manga is great. I think it's a great medium. It's literally the ability that enables one or two people to make their own anime.
Right.
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
That's great. Like, that's so much power because anime is so powerful. But its biggest downside is it's so hard to make because it needs a huge team of elites. The fact that one or two people can just sit down and be like, I'm going to make a hypothetical anime, because that's basically what manga is. It's a hypothetical anime. That's amazing. That's a lot of power. And I love it for that. And I think there's a lot of great manga out there. Here's the issue. Manga can be a gatekeeper. And it can be a gatekeeper because it's a lower investment medium. It takes less commitment to pick up a manga and flip through than it does to grab a book, of course, or even turn on an anime. And the issue with that is it's going to attract more touristy, less invested types, or more irony weeb types. Or point is, you can be straight up hostile towards otaku and actually still read a lot of manga. And sometimes you can be hostile toward otaku and even watch a lot of anime, because anime is the wild card medium. Anime is a mix of everything. There's no one thing to say about anime. It's everything at once and its own stuff. But at any rate, that's the downside of manga. And with Japanese learners, there can be the downside of it doesn't challenge the ability level enough, which can go hand in hand because it can create a vicious cycle. I'm only consuming manga, or I'm primarily consuming manga because it's lower investment and I can't emotionally commit to more otaku stuff. And then because I'm only doing manga, my language abilities are not being tested enough because I'm being carried by pictures, simpler stories, simpler dialogue, stuff like that. That is a problem that will happen. If that doesn't happen, all the power to you. Read manga. There's a lot of nice manga out there. You can enjoy bad written manga, poorly written manga. You can enjoy it. I have enjoyed it. I ironically like One Piece. I'll always, ironically enjoy Hokuto no Ken, whatever. The point is that it's like you're not the anti-otaku devil just because you enjoy less well-written manga. But there is that problem that needs to be addressed of like, hey, are you using this as a negative thing? Are you caught in the gatekeeper's trap? And that's where I like to call people out. That's what can trigger me to get a little emotional about it. Because like sometimes there's a type of person that's very gatekept and they have recognized manga as safe and they stay in that gatekept safe space. And that's where I will use a little bit of toxic words, maybe say a few things I might regret after, but it's all for the sake of otaku. It's all for the sake of spreading love and harmony.
So Howard, before we go any deeper with the gatekeeping manga people, maybe we can expand on that topic more. I don't know if there's more there or not, but we are at 2.5 hours. We have a lot of things still to cover here. I'm thinking what we can do from here is are you still down to do a quick Japanese corner, Howard?
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, I think I'll tell you my philosophy on out, but I think it's going to be cringe. It's going to be very itai, but I'm down.
Okay.
I didn't prepare anything. It's just going to be off the cuff.
Okay, so Inexplicable requested that we do 30 seconds in Japanese so that he can make fun of Howard's Japanese after. We'll indulge him with that. After that, maybe we should probably take a break, and then we'll then we'll resume with some of the more questions that we have because this is clearly going to be a long one. So without further ado, we'll switch to Japanese for a few moments and then we'll be back in English. So yeah.
いつでもいいぞ。
いつでもいい。
いつでもいいよ。
日本語のコーナー。まあ、今回は前回と同じルールがあるね。まずは、英語は禁止。あとは、敬語も禁止。タメ口でいい。
そうなの？
そう。
いいね。
最後は、さん付けも入れない。Wyatt と Howard、それでいいね。それするなら、多分、まあ、自然な会話、友達っぽい会話できますね。もう敬語を使っちゃった。まあ、今回の日本語の会話は前回ちょっと違いがあるね。まずは、ハワードと相談して、普通の会話したくないって言った。理由は、まあ、エージャーとする人が分からないわけないね。日本人ではなければ、話したくないね。まあ、他人は多分、いいわけだと思う人がいるだろうけど、まあ、分からないわけないでしょうね。だから今回、一つの質問と答えで十分でしょうね。まあ、そういう状態。だから、Wyatt、今回の質問は何でしょうか？
じゃあ、質問させていただきます。
はい。
で、ハワードが言うオタクとは何ですか？オタクの道を極めると言ったら何が含まれるの？オスみたいな音ゲーや JRPG、電車や鉄道が好きな人もオタクに入るんですか？ってのが質問。どうだろう、ハワード。
これは、昔からずっと、なんというか、
オタクは文学だけなの？なんかアニメと漫画だけなのか？それとも
マニアとオタクという二つの言葉
まあ、そうだよね。なんかナードとオタクの違いってことかな。
マニアというのは大体残念な人の、残念な人は趣味と離れられない、そういう行為はマニアと呼ぶ。趣味から頭を離れられない、社会とうまくならない、友達がない、彼女がいない、そういう寂しい人。
そうだよね。なんか目標があって、なんか極めているわけじゃなくて。
オタクというのは、趣味を貫く人と、
なるほど。
という。そういう人はオタクという。
なんか目標があって、なんか極めているみたいな。
そう。
なんか、なんか電車がめっちゃ好きな人も、なんかオタクなのかな。
だから、そういう理由で、そういう理由から、いろんな人はオタクと呼ばれている。
なんか英語のオタクより日本語のオタクはなんか広いって感じかな。
そう。マニアはただの趣味に熱心な人を指して、オタクにはある種の 陰キャ要素が含まれている。だけど、それは道を貫くための代価。
あ、そうか。
代価だ。支払わないといけない。だから、自分の健康、友達、
犠牲を厭わないってことかな。
そう。全部、オタクは好きなもののために他のもの全部いらない。そういう、
切り捨てる。いらない。
切り捨てる覚悟がある人。そういう人は、オタク。
これでよく分かったと思う。
会話、すごい文章を書くために会話能力を切り捨てる人も
そうだよね。
いるね。
ハワードの文章見たら、なんか日本語が甘いのはなんか一目瞭然だから気にしなくていいよ、全然。
ありがとう。
Alright, so back to our English safe space there. Let's jump back.
I literally that you can see why I'm anti-Kaiwa. Kaiwa no keiken wa hotondo inai.
So,
これは最初の会話。
That's just it. You've made the point that your output has really only been written. And if you don't work on speaking, I mean,
it won't happen.
It won't happen. And so
it's literally mostly muscle memory.
Yeah. So for you, Howard, like at some point, does that become a priority to be like level that up beyond like where you're at now?
For sure. Like that's the other reason why it's like I'm not like I like boldly don't give a shit about it because it's like, okay, first of all, I see people who can do Kaiwa. Like if you were to take Tikio Sam right now,
yeah,
he has muscle memoried quite a bit of Kaiwa stuff because he had to live in Japan for a while.
Right.
He forgot Kana. And I have not.
I've seen the clip. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Tikio
Sam. They are completely different things, and they have completely different purposes. If you're doing Kaiwa stuff, it's because you care about talking to people. And what reasons would you have to care about talking to people? There's multiple reasons. Some are good, some are bad, some are okay, some are not so okay. First one, the best reason you could possibly have is because your indie game came out that was written in Japanese and it was sold 1 million copies. And now Mafia Kajito wants to interview you. So you need to be good at speaking or you can't do the interview. But in that case, honestly, I would probably just write a ton of notes ahead of time anyway to like really reduce, because I was actually thinking of doing that when coming on this. I was thinking of cheating and just having all sorts of notes pre-written out. And I was like, you know what? I don't want to make people not know how not good at Kaiwa I am, because that would be sidestepping the point. That would be sidestepping the point I'm making right now, which is that Kaiwa is rarely prioritized for a good reason. Pretty much the good reasons I can think of are you're living there and you have to get by. That's valid. You are working with Japanese people and you have to be good at speaking to them to do work. That's good. The one I just said, like, you know, if I get interviewed or whatever, again, I would probably cheat in an interview context. So even in that context, I'm probably not going to have like too much asked out of me, too much stressed out of me. But I'd want to be a lot better at it than I am now. But most other reasons are very bad, and there's a lot of other motivations that could go into it, and most of them are kind of negative. And they lean very negative because obviously they are a couple things. They're usually social priority, which is usually a red flag. And then they're often also too lowering the standard of what actual Japanese should be. Because basically what happens is, okay, the thing is that natives, if you're speaking to a native, they will only correct you up to like 75%-ish, unless you get a slave, unless you get a Japanese slave.
Or a girlfriend.
I mean, I've dealt with exactly that. I have like friends that I made that were Japanese, and then very soon it becomes you get no corrections, and then the way that you start getting corrections is you just actually have to start paying somebody. I mean, for Wyatt, you've done more output than anybody else on this call here. Like, what was your special sauce for that?
I actually am still very inexperienced with output. I probably only have like 300 hours outputting.
Really?
I've never really done it consistently. I've just been like slowly.
That's interesting. I assume since you hung out with Seven Stop, you were more on that. And I mean,
dude, he's a beast.
Yeah.
There's no Japanese people where I live, so I just mostly don't speak. I do think in Japanese though a lot.
So,
but I do want to say.
Oh, go ahead.
I think output is very important for like your input. There's just stuff you'll never realize that you don't like know until you try to output it. Like, you'll never misunderstand wa versus ga, but being able to use it perfectly is like really, really high level to get it actually perfect in every circumstance. So I think you have to kind of speak. You don't have to. It's not
that's not the only type of output. I think is the key.
That's exactly the point I was about to make. The reason speech as the option for that, because that's 100% true. Like, you literally will not progress past a certain point if you're not outputting. The problem with speaking is that it's like speaking is like the quick and dirty output. I mean, I guess if you were to compare it to like drawing, it's just like doing like quick messy sketches and stuff. Really solidifying written output, particularly not even conversation, particularly either writing an essay or writing fiction or both. You are going to scrutinize the crap out of everything, and doing that is where I noticed like insane changes over time in comprehension, because there are so many bottlenecks in comprehension that you can't pop through without truly. It's like, yes, talking will bring a lot of stuff up. Like, for example, it's like if I'm talking, there's like a million things I notice when talking where it's just like questions that pop up. But a lot of the time I find that question I'm asking is, where's my muscle memory for this? Because like I'm even talking right in English right now. Am I thinking about grammar or anything? I'm just saying things I'm used to saying a gorillion times. This isn't English. This is muscle memory. And when you're talking, you're looking for perfected muscle memory. You're looking for muscle memory of clean designs. But to know what those clean designs are, you had to really hammer your written words. And that's why even talking in your native language, you can tell an educated person from a non-educated person, because the educated person uses stuff inspired by the essays that they had to write to get through, school and shit. And you can always tell how much a person did that or didn't do that. And that's why it's just like, okay, I don't want to develop muscle memory unless it's gonna be perfect. And that's why I'd rather just sound like yoga pants talking to Matt until I know that like I am slamming out perfect sentence after perfect sentence when it's written. Then what I want to do is I want to integrate the way I would type an essay into my speech. I want to practice. I literally do this with English. A lot of the time when I'm on like a stream or like literally right now, for example, a lot of the time if I start something and don't know where it's going to go, to not sound stupid, I just shut my brain off and let my brain pull out a pre-practiced like sounds smart rhetoric, and I just let my mouth just vomit that to save face. And a lot of people do that. And I want to be able to do that in Japanese. I don't want to be thinking about grammar or anything while speaking. I want to be able to just like vomit intellectualism with no effort.
Before we stop for a quick 10-minute break, one last question. So if you're thinking about like, you already made the claim that to output, you probably have some social need that you're trying to fill, and that may be cringe in the scope of otaku. I would argue that there are very good social outlets in otaku. They're just severely underutilized.
For sure.
The biggest one
I was going to talk about
that I have been gatekeeping is TRPGs. So like there is almost nothing more otaku than hanging out with a couple of friends where you literally act out characters and roles. And do that in pure Japanese. I haven't done any this year. I went through an arc though where I did a couple, and no, I wasn't worried about whether my Japanese sounds perfect. Even then in the Japanese just now, it certainly wasn't perfect, but it doesn't need to be because it gets the point across. People understand me, and that's always been good enough. Good enough. But of course, like if I ever wanted to do it to a higher level, I would have to reach that native level. If I wanted to be the best at it, I'd have to surpass that native level. But anyways, my question to you, Howard, is when are you going to start TRPG maxing, dude? Because, I mean, I think that would be something fun in that same space that would take you to the next level. And it is at that literary quality work because, that's the nature of it.
There's actually some famous writers that actually started from TRPGs. Yeah, it's actually crazy. And not a lot of people realize that. But yeah, I would honestly say, and this might sound like overcompensating, but it's really not. I want to give my writing a solid 2 to 3 more years to cook to the point, because that's what I estimated is the time frame where I will just be typing and it will just be like I do not have to check with a native. I mean, like I still will, even natives check with natives, but like I do not have to. This is just good, no questions. It's as fast as my English. I estimate 2 to 3 more years. That's where it will take me. In 2 to 3 more years, I will be typing Japanese like it's breathing, like it's nothing, and it will have no mistakes. That is when I will start doing actual hard speaking drills and getting into social circles for fun, for recreation, like TRPG stuff. Very proactively.
That sounds good. I mean, like
that's awesome.
That sounds like a bright future for otaku if you started heading in that direction. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm actually gonna fiddle with my tablet a little bit because it'll keep my answers snappier.
Okay.
So I'm gonna fiddle with my tablet a little bit while we continue. There was one thing I wanted to say now that we came back, actually, that's funny on that topic. Last thing.
Go ahead.
There was a dude that actually confronted me after my recent video, and this is the main reason I really wanted to boldly. This is why I wanted to boldly show how little I give a shit about Kaiwa. There was a dude that was trying to debate me and tell me that I have no idea what I'm doing with written output. And it got to the point where he was making really, really bad suggestions. Like I could tell this guy's Japanese is just not good. And I'm like, dude, your Japanese is just not good, and everything you're saying is really dumb. So what he did was he actually brought a native into it, pretended my written output was his and asked for tips and stuff. And they said, this totally passes as native output.
I saw that.
He was,
it was
he
pretty
was
ironic.
foiled. He was foiled.
That's so funny. That's legendary.
It's hilarious, and it's funny too because it's not like it was like perfect or anything. Like there were still little things to fix and stuff. Especially because I actually accidentally grabbed an older draft. But anyway, when
you say that part that you grabbed an older draft, that definitely sounds like
dude.
cope. But the part
it's
so
like
funny.
unironically true, but whatever. I mean,
the part about what the
like
native
bonus.
said,
it's like a bonus cope. It's like a unneeded cope.
Because the native person did say if I did not know that this person was not Japanese, I wouldn't know that this wasn't native. There were, to your point, like there were some goofy things that you could probably fix if you read over, or just some things that like you might have to do another couple thousands of hours to recognize. I don't know, but it's like it was definitely at a point where the dude who was trying to own Howard got backfired. And it was kind of entertaining.
He got reverse owned. Yeah, it was epic. And I was like, dude, when he said it shocked me because here I was thinking this guy's like an N4, but it shocked me. He was like, nah, I'm
been forever.
Yeah, he's like been there forever, and I'm like, okay, this is a Tikio Samsich. This is a Tikio. No question.
And forever. It's awesome.
Yes. So anyway, I just wanted to point out that is another thing to solidify my perspective on the whole thing. So anyway, you can definitely throw that conversation in Garbage Day 4 or whatever. It'll be funny.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's my philosophy.
So at any point in your writing process, Howard, are you starting to integrate like things with Japanese natives? What's that process of feedback actually look like for you right now?
Basically, there is one guy that I regularly throw my stuff to, usually, like especially if I'm doing something for the game. Mm-hmm. He's usually a little bit easier on me, so I don't like he has kind of a minimalist. You have to you have to learn other people's feedback styles because some people are more minimalistic than others. And I've corrected Japanese people's English a few times, and I know what it feels like to change feedback style between like, okay, I'm literally going to rewrite this like I would write it versus like I'm going to do the bare minimal of changing this to the point where it's just like, a native could write this. And what is interesting is, and then I use high native, and with high native, random people come in. So it's different. It's random. You don't know who you're going to get.
Right.
It's random, different every time. And the nice thing about having it be random and different every time is sometimes multiple people will come in. And not only will sometimes multiple people come in, sometimes the person correcting your stuff takes a more literary edge to what they're correcting. And the better you get, the more people will be inspired to give what is not so much language opinions as much as like more like literary opinions. So I don't think this character would sound like this. Maybe it's better for the characterization to make it sound like this, or maybe it's like better for them to sound like this. And I found that after I got out of the rut of the early stages, that started happening a lot. To the point where sometimes dudes would write like full-blown messages about their literary opinion about what I was doing, not even the language aspect, which is kind of insane. And like once you realize that, that's when you start realizing they're taking you seriously. That's when you start realizing like, oh, no longer is this someone going, oh, it's cute that a Gaijin is writing in Japanese. Now they're going, this is a person. This is not a Gaijin trying to be good at Japanese. This is a human being trying to write a story. And that's when you know you got their respect, and that's when you know they're taking you seriously. And sometimes they'll even get a little toxic. And if you detect any toxicity toward what you're doing and stuff, especially when you get people who like blatantly don't like otaku, which is funny. I'll get to that in a sec. That's a good sign, because that means that the problem with Gaijin is that you're not seen as a human being, because Gaijin cannot, or Japanese people cannot process that Gaijin are fellow human beings, because they're too used to growing up just seeing other Japanese people. I have been a weeb since I was a single digit age. And to this day, when I look at a Japanese person, I don't just think that's a human being. I think that's a Japanese person. It's like if I see, like a white Anglo person, I don't think that's a white Anglo person. I think that's just a person. But when I see a Japanese person, I think that's a Japanese person. So there's no amount of life experience that will break down that cultural racial barrier of recognizing someone as what you grew up and were born with versus from a foreign thing. And so the only way to break that down is to write in such a way where it breaks down that defense. And once you can do that, you can start causing emotions in them, like maybe positive investment, maybe negative investment. That's when you know you've entered their domain and you've gotten their respect. So that's always really good. So you'll get feedback when trying to write otaku works. You'll get feedback from two types of people: people who have blatantly experience with otaku works and know, oh, you're going for this tone of voice, you're going for this archetype, this type of character, you're trying to fine tune this vibe, this mood. And then you'll get the people who hate otaku. And the people who hate otaku will actually try to proactively write out the otaku elements out of what you're doing. And that feedback is valuable too, because it can help bring a sense of, okay, this is what a Japanese normie feels comfortable hearing, versus this is what is just otaku. And it can broaden the decision-making options you have when writing, to see both of those and stuff. And that's why I like High Native a lot. I like getting feedback from random people. I'm very careful when I post. I make sure to write a lot of context. I like to really, really describe the context. Otherwise, you can't just throw stuff up. You have to really talk to the person. You have to really be like, look, this is this kind of Sekai Con, this kind of character, this is the situation, this is the feel I'm going for. I will often add in extra text, because I'm very minimalist as a writer. I'm a student of Raymond Carver and Jun Maeda. I like my minimalism. I will add in a little bit of extra sometimes if I feel it helps people, natives, know what I'm going for a little bit more sometimes. So yeah, that's my experience with getting feedback. When it comes to the game, I have a few plans. One, when the story demo is done, I'm going to make that Japanese YouTube channel, make a big video with me addressing Japan and all that stuff. And I'm actually going to create a feedback form for people who played the demo to just give thoughts and stuff. I will say, look, include thoughts about even the text and everything. And I'm sure that will net a few helpful people, because there are people who enjoy doing that type of thing. Furthermore, I lurk a few writing servers that I plan on upgrading to non-lurker in the near future. I'm sure that will be very helpful too. But again, you want to be a little bit careful with that type of thing, because those are also full of aspiring writers, and they're going to want to be nice to you because they're in the same boat as you. So they're not going to be as inclined to dig in as hard, unless it's someone having a bad day. So, you always got to think about who you're getting feedback from, basically, is the lesson. And broader feedback is better. The more people you can get it from. Parsing feedback unto itself is a skill. Study the feedback, review the feedback, all that stuff.
So, in terms of like the platforms that you're talking about, so you said you talk with one person. Is that who's the one person that you're talking with? Is that a like Japanese acquaintance? Is that
yeah? It's literally there's a site called Lang Correct. Okay, which was like it's kind of like the ghost town version of High Native. And what happened was there's a dude on it because it's such a ghost town. There's a dude on it who became like my dude. He became like my personal dude. And so he knows my stuff at this point. And we'll sometimes like pass messages about it and stuff. And so if I go to Lang Correct, it's like, oh, it's because I want his feedback and stuff. Mm-hmm. And he's open to like questions and stuff. But again, he has a more, I consider him like the last line of defense because he has a more minimalistic approach to correction.
Okay.
So yeah, that's how I got that one. It's really hard. It's really hard to find people willing to, really dig in. Like I've had experiences with talking to Japanese people on Discord and stuff, and I find they're on Discord to have fun.
Right.
It's very hard to get a Japanese person to really dig into you on Discord. You'd want to go into DMs for that, but even then, it's like, imagine getting a DM from an ESL asking you to correct their English. Do you like? Is that what you want to wake up to? You know what I mean? Like, not really.
Kind of gotta be friends already.
Well, yeah, exactly. If it's someone like you're really good friends with, and it's just like along the line, it's like, yeah. But that's why it's tough. You have to find people who are really invested in what you're doing, or just really love correcting. Which is why, at the end of the day, it's always still best to just be like, hey, hi native, random people come in, and you're never really going to beat that. Even a friend who's like proactively reading through your whole thing can't match certain perks that come from the just like, here's a section, anyone come in and type whatever you want about it. There's always going to be unique perks to that. So that's why I'll probably never stop that ever, even as I build more friends and stuff who can read over stuff and all that, because it's just like, there's also, even though it's not anonymous, there is a vibe of anonymity to it, which really helps as well, because then, people are not afraid to, piss you off or upset you and stuff, which is always good. Like, obviously you want that, So that's and I think that's where a lot of people can go wrong when it comes to getting feedback, because a lot of people, the sort of holy grail to a lot of people is like, make friends. But the thing is, it's like, I had foreign ESL friends since I was a kid. Like, there was a point where I got sick of telling them that there's mistakes in their English. It's just like, there's only so much you can do with that type of thing. And which is why, like, that's why I think the secret weapon is going to be the feedback form that I'm going to package with the demo.
I think AI is pretty good. It could get you like 90% there.
For sure. I think that'll help a lot. Because there's going to, anyone who's going to fill that out is going to be someone who played the game and is passionate enough, at least, about giving feedback that, I wouldn't be surprised if I get some people writing full blown, reviews at me with lots of specifics at that point, because, there's always these more, I guess you could say, like, sort of almost autistic leaning individuals that are not afraid to really spend time on something. Yeah. Exactly. Not afraid to really dig into and spend time on an individual like that.
What aspect are you seeing AI playing in writing as the technology advances? I don't know. Did you agreed with Wyatt just now, who said like AI is getting pretty good on this? Or did you?
Yeah.
So is that making its way into a tool in your tool belt? To what extent do you use it without?
Yes. It's
going
a
too far.
tool that you have to. It's a dangerous tool that you
Right.
have to understand very well, because it can go very wrong if you don't know how to use it. But it can be a really nice bonus if you do know how to use it. First, if you're just starting with early levels of output, you can actually speed run the early stages of written output by using AI, because its feedback will be good enough. If you just say, "Hey, what's wrong with this?" Its feedback will be good enough that you'll keep improving until you're out of that zone where you're just full of. Until you're out of the zone where your writing is the equivalent of the Kiowa.
Monkeys on a typewriter.
that we were just having. It will speed run you out. It will speed run your writing out of that zone. So it's perfect for that. Zero flaws, zero criticisms. Hop on GPT, ask GPT what's wrong with your writing if you're a beginner, and just they'll coast out of that early stage. So that's a really nice luxury that we have as people living in the 20s. You did not have that luxury before the 20s, which is kind of crazy. It's very rare. It's very rare that we actually get a new luxury modern day. But yeah, that is genuinely one of them.
Maybe.
Yeah. So next is when you're now writing actually grammatically correct stuff, and it's consistently grammatically correct, and your connotations are all like mostly there and stuff. That's where it gets dangerous, because the AI is built to make the person. The AI's goals, chatbot's goals, is to make the person hear what they want to hear, and that's what a lot of people don't understand. It is designed.
You see that a lot.
Yes, it is designed to give an answer that has the highest probability of producing a generic positive reaction in the prompter.
I think it's a little different. I think it tries to keep you on the site for as long as possible.
Yes.
So it tries to match. It tries to match what you want. If you want it to be mean, and being mean makes you stay on, then
that's where it is too. That's where it comes into. It's very malleable,
right?
And that doesn't necessarily mean you're, putting it in the correct form for optimal feedback, which is tricky to understand. And that's why, if there's one generic tip to give about that, it's just prompt it in a multitude of ways. Just hit it in a lot of different ways if you want actual varied feedback from it, and then take every single thing it spits out with a bucket of salt. What happens next, though, is when you start getting to the next stage, the stage I'm at now, that's when you don't really have to worry too much. That's when the AI is not too dangerous anymore. It kind of reverts back to not being dangerous, because if it says something stupid, I pretty much know when it's doing something stupid. I know when it's pulling my leg. I know when it's spit out bad output. I know when it doesn't get the intent. I know when it's allowing for awkward Japanese and stuff. It's once you can really discern its output, that's when it becomes, more than anything, just kind of like a fancy spell checker more than anything. That's how I use it now. I just use it as a fancy spell checker. Like, oh, is there an obvious mistake here? I also use it as a spitballer. Sometimes I'll be typing a sentence and I just can't find the wording I like, and sometimes I'll just be like, yo, hey, give me 20 different rewordings of this or something.
It's good for that. I've used that for translation.
Yes, exactly. Oh yeah, for exactly. Translation's a no-brainer. So that is my opinion on how to use it. I would say that covers everything. You want to be super careful about any other use of it, because it is dangerous. It is built on a lot of garbage, and it is totally a pollutant at default. So you're playing with fire when you're touching it. For sure.
So, Yeah, I guess it's one of those things, like you said, it's a luxury that we have now. It's probably going to just keep getting better as far as what it is capable of doing. The literary aspects are still probably pretty terrifying in terms of, like, you could go to it and it could influence your story and your narrative more, and if you were naive, it might be able to take advantage of that.
Yes. That's where you want to be careful. Yeah. Basically, the dumber you are, the more, or, I should say less experienced. The less experienced you are, the more it has the ability to possibly influence and take advantage of you, which is why it's also very dangerous. It's also bottlenecked in many areas. A lot of people think it's just getting better, but it's actually not. It has some areas it can't get better at all in, and it has some areas it's actually getting straight up worse in. So that's something to keep in mind as well. It's not linearly improving because by nature it's not built to linearly improve. Because I'm not even gonna even remotely pretend I'm an expert in this stuff, but this gets into some of the Kanji, have you looked at these actual machine learning algorithms and stuff and paid attention to? Because
I'm somewhat plugged in, and to your point, how do you start measuring success becomes a really tricky thing with the state that it's in already. So it's like, how do we start improving it beyond this? Yes. And if you say it's improved, in what aspects? Because improvement is probably very multifaceted. So
exactly, yeah. It's bottlenecked. It's no question it's bottlenecked in a lot of areas and stuff. That being said, I think it, as a translator, I think it mogs all the humans who are regularly working in translation, especially if you tell GPT faithful translation. You need to use that word. Faithful translation with like no elaboration or embellishment or whatever. Just give me a faithful one. If you give that prompt to GPT, it will mog most human translators, because most human translators just aren't good.
So is that an endorsement for the machine translation of future otaku works here, Howard?
Oh no, not at all, not at all. It's a last resort. It's basically, you know what I want to do? One of my dreams is to.
It should be the minimum.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's giving you a bare minimum. One of my dreams is to personally translate a lot of my favorite writers and a lot of their best works and stuff, and actually try to create. Because what I want to do is, step one, become respected as a game dev, writer, etc. Step two, I want to create this kind of like, what I would call like a celebrity translation, where basically it's like, okay, let's pretend Toby Fox was really good at Japanese. He is not good at Japanese. A lot of people think that he's good at Japanese. He's not good at Japanese. He still uses his interpreter.
I didn't even know he knew Japanese.
He's still pre-N1. I've been following his journey from the start. Anyway, he's famous. Let's say he was perfect at Japanese. If he was to then say, I am going to be doing a Toby Fox translation of, Clannad, and it's official, and it's going to be a big re-release, and it's actually going to say Toby Fox edition when it's localized. It's going to be in the title. You type in Steam, Clannad Toby Fox edition. I think there's massive potential in that. I think
it's actually super interesting.
Yeah, I think that's the future. I think that's the future of translation. So you get these like nice, verified, creator-driven translations, and then the rest we know are all going to be junk, type translations. So
that's actually super interesting.
Yeah, I think that's the future, and that's one of my dreams.
Like all like mid translators like lose a job, but all the amazing ones like have their own editions.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's the future. Yeah, I'd like to. There's a bunch of works I'd like to do it with. Cross channel for sure. Maybe Higurashi, Little Busters for sure. Clannad probably. Maybe Sakuuta. But there's a bunch of ones I have in mind. And Jewelry Hearts Academia probably. I think that's the future.
That's really interesting because, I mean, what got me into learning Japanese was the Tales of games weren't getting translations at a reasonable pace. I was like, okay, this dude, Absolute Zero, is translating these games himself. I'm missing out, and I have to wait on him. And I mean, after 10 years or so, dude eventually just moved on with his life because, I mean, why wouldn't you? Like, I don't understand, quite honestly, the mentality of the dedication that it takes to do something like take something that I already understand and let me go ahead and translate it so that everybody else can understand. Like it mentally, I don't get it. So when you're talking about like Howard, you have aspirations to do that. I don't see how you could ever do that instead of just wanting to create more of your own things.
The reason is solely because I would be grabbing works I have top tier respect for. Sure. I couldn't do this even for a work that I just love. Like, for example, Izumi Banya is a thriller horror writer, and I love his stuff. His stuff is a big influence on me.
What's he done?
Dark Blue is one of my favorite works ever by him. And then Monakashi is another one.
Okay, I don't know those ones. But keep going.
They're more obscure. More obscure. They have Dark Blue is actually famous more for one CG in it that I don't spoil it. I recommend playing it. It's better to get shocked in the actual game, but it actually has a shock CG that's more famous than the game itself. Anyway, I love his stuff. Would I ever want to translate him? No. He's a really good writer, but like translating his stuff would just feel like a really elaborate recommendation from me. Sure. It wouldn't feel like I'm actually doing something meaningful. Like I'd rather just help people read or learn Japanese and then read his works. The difference with something like, Little Busters or Saku Uta is that these are works that represent a very, very rare level, and they have fame to them, meaning they can be remarketed off of their fame.
Interesting.
So basically, if someone was to say, if there was to be a Dark Blue Howard edition, it might as well not say Howard edition because there's no normal edition, or even if there was a normal edition, no one would care. The difference is that these works it's the combination of fame and quality. So you're actually moving culture forward by putting out a new edition that's actually true to the quality of the text. Whereas if I was to just translate something, quote unquote, random, that I just happen to really like and is good, I'm not doing anything other than giving people an excuse to not learn Japanese. Mm-hmm. Whereas a new Clannad edition, that's a perfect translation. Perfect translation is, perfect translation doesn't mean actually perfect translation because there's no such thing as perfect translation. But translation, the best it can be at preserving the literary quality, that is changing culture. That's actually showing the West, hey, you didn't realize it, but this thing is a lot better than you thought. This thing is, you can now literally study the work without knowing Japanese, which is crazy. That means that if there's a kid out there who's, let's say, 12 years old and has no ability to learn Japanese yet, and if he was to learn Japanese, he wouldn't be able to read Clannad fluently until he was almost 20. That means that kid could, in theory, pick up Clannad Howard Edition and still be influenced by the writing in it properly. He could aspire to be a better writer from that, or an analyst or whatever. All those types of things. It basically it breaks down that barrier.
I've translated like a decent amount, probably like 100 or 200 hours, and
really,
it's all like ASMR or manga.
But
like I realized I took there's an Ishizoku Reviewer's spin-off light novel.
Yeah.
And I noticed it had an official English translation. So when I was reading it, I was just like looking at some stuff and being like, I would have no idea how to translate this, and like seeing how they did it. Yeah. And I realized like you have to be like a writer to translate a novel. Yeah. Like one of the sentences I remember is like he said like goodbye and good riddance. And like I would never ever be able to produce that kind of English. Like you have to be a super good writer to translate a novel. It's incredibly difficult.
That's the issue. It's what it's very, very similar to? Inking drawings in the animation industry. There's a thing in the animation industry where the person who draws the drawing is not necessarily the same person who inks it. What actually happens is when time is crunched or budget is low or something, what can actually happen is a lot of the time the person inking is worse than the person drawing. Mm-hmm. And what actually happens is you're seeing the equivalent, the art equivalent of translation, of lower quality translation when you see the final product. And it's a necessary evil because drawings have to be inked to go onto the screen. Mm-hmm. But it's unfortunate when it's not inked by someone excellent. So it's just like that. Translation is a lot like inking drawings, and the process that goes into translating means retracing the steps of the author who originally wrote it, retracing the actual literary steps, not the language steps, the literary steps, and then crapping out your own version in your language that is literarily equivalent, which is very difficult.
So a bit of a topic shift here, but it kind of again leads back to my point that I had made before, where I kind of don't get people who are so dedicated to helping out others that they would be willing to spend all that time translating. So I understand your point a little bit better there, but that kind of goes to my greater thing, which I think is one of the bigger differences between you and myself, Howard, which is you have an idea to bring this back to the West for some reason. And I don't understand that motivation at all. Because for me,
that makes sense. That's a good question.
That's a good question.
I am going to learn Japanese so that I can use it. If other people aren't willing to invest the time in, too bad. I don't really feel like bringing that back to them because I'm too busy living my new otaku life. So is the West even worth saving, Howard?
Yeah, this was brutal. I mean, this caused me a lot of. I had to do quite a bit of,
soul searching.
Soul searching type shit with this because the oh my god, there were so many. If I was to bring up all the different episodes of struggling with this, there'd be no end. So I'm not going to bring up any of them. But what I will say is, here's the thing. Here's the clencher. Here's what makes it so that it's not even an option for me. It's not a thought. It's not a question. Like, the West must have otaku culture imported to it, which is that the West is a threat. It's an actual proactive threat to otaku culture at the moment, because in this information age, where everything is mingling together more, it also means that foreign stuff is a lot more relevant than it used to be, and it means that there's bridges built that didn't used to be there, which also means now there's forms of invasion and hostility that didn't used to exist. And if we do not properly import otaku culture to the West, we will have basically like a dragon loose that is pure destruction. That's what we will have, because there's no other way to stop. There's the best offense, the best defense is a good offense, and that's basically the idea here. It's like the only way to fix this is to proactively create otaku camps in the West with tons of people educated and sympathetic to otaku stuff, and ideally even proactively adding to it, so proactively bolstering it and supporting it. Here's the thing. You ever notice how one of the reasons otaku oppression is so easy to happen and so easy to work? Because there's no consequence, there's no one to call it out, there's no one to even know it's happening. In Japan, what don't you imagine that if someone was to like say something about otaku media or like a specific work or something, and then suddenly that person is right on your front yard, don't you think that person would act a little bit differently towards the thing?
Yeah.
It changes a lot, it changes a real lot. So that's where, that's where I come in. And that's where I'm trying to make sure. I want to leave the West. I'll be happy when I'm positive that the West is that there's essentially like a fire that can't be put out of otaku tradition in the West. So that means people who can draw and do the art styles properly, understand them. That means people who can learn Japanese properly, which we've made some good headway with, at least. Much better than it used to be. Again, thanks to Saint Cats. And it also means people who are more literarily informed and literarily educated, who can make more intellectual statements about the media instead of purely culturally motivated ones. That will put a barrier to otaku oppression that will be strong enough where the most dire threats are diffused.
When we say otaku oppression, I mean, we've said it a couple times here now, but I don't know that we've given a proper definition to it. In what areas do you actually feel like otaku's actually being oppressed?
I got bullied in middle school.
Yeah. The first one is, of course, social. I don't have to explain that. Everyone knows that there's social stigma. That's old news. That's not that important. If anything, social stigma is just a signal that we're powerful. But where things really get hot and heavy is stuff like the recent credit card stuff, for example.
Yeah.
Like, that's a real, full-blown, international, economic, political attack. And it was no mystery that it had a personal grudge geared toward otaku stuff. That's just, you see what was happening on DL site and all that stuff. Like, the writing is on the wall. You don't need to, you don't need to be an analyst to figure out that they have, they'll admit it sometimes even, that they have something out for otaku. Next one is media, which is, this is getting more grassroots now, but it stems from something that is more institutional. And that is the fact that we have people with very large platforms selling the lowering of value of otaku stuff to the masses. So that's where you get stuff like, these, I'm sure if I say AniTuber, that conjures up a lot of very negative images of people who have been, like people like Gigguk, who have been very vocally, they talk like they hate anime half the time, like they hate otaku stuff, and they're very vindictive. And one of the things that actually happens is that they're actually, and this is where it's not just having beef with specific people. this is where I'm actually pointing out something that's actually real and institutional to a degree. If you take Joey, Anime Man, Joey, what's his name? Joey Bazinga or whatever. He
It's like Bill Zinger or something.
Yeah. He did not start out like antagonistic towards otaku or anything. He's a heritage speaker of Japanese, so his Japanese is quite good. He certainly can Kaiwa better than me.
No, he's just a native. Well, he thinks he's a Japanese owner, but he's actually a native.
Exactly. He's a heritage native. And he did not start. He had a lot of the cultural like irony weeb isms of the time, but he did not start antagonistic to otaku stuff. If anything, he was one of the people pointing out how great stuff like Jun Maeda was early on, when stuff that was less appreciated, because believe it or not, some of the young people can't even fathom this, but believe it or not, the current climate is much, much better than it was 15 years ago, culturally. Most people can't fathom that, but yes, it's much, much better than it used to be. And he was one of the people like trying to, push for, more respect of things that at the time were not getting proper respect and stuff. But what happens is, if you look at how his channel changed as it grew, especially after the apocalypse, which gave him a big scare and realized he need to kiss corporate ass a little bit more, you'll notice he becomes more and more and more Gigguk leaning. He becomes more and more blatantly antagonistic, more and more kind of socially, politically, whatever type motivated. When I say political, I don't mean like left wing, right wing. I mean political in the sense of what is safe, what is corporately supported, what is socially supported, that type of thing. What is systematically, what has systematic support for it? What has systematic anti-support for it?
I mean, I kind of felt like Gigguk or like Garnt is like more anime leaning than Connor and Joey.
That's what's funny. At this point, that might even be true, and that's what's so funny. It's like top 10 anime plot twists type shit. Joey, over time, became so kind of more hostile leaning and de-invested in the otaku stuff over time, to the point where like literally some of these people who started as blatant antagonists almost like overtook them in otaku-ness, which is just hilarious to think. Gigguk was so anti-otaku and anti like anime.
Wait, really? He's literally like the anime man. Oh, he's not the anime man, but he's an anime YouTuber.
Gigguk literally, if you want to know how antagonistic he was back in his day, he literally had a catchphrase called motherfucking T. And literally the entire catchphrase just stemmed from the idea of, why would anyone ever watch K-On? Because it's just girls drinking tea, and I want to see dudes doing bankais and stuff. And he actually made... I think
that's still otaku. That's not anti-otaku. That's just a different form. I think a lot of stuff...
I don't know who any of these AniTube cringe people are, but that's definitely was my attitude growing up as well. So...
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Because there was a social air of being anti-quality, anti-otaku shit. Because it's like... This is the problem, and this kind of goes back to my discussion about what I was saying about manga, where I can get critical of manga and stuff. Mm-hmm. The fact of the matter is that K-On! Represents like an objective. The K-On! Anime represents an objective achievement that is unique to the culture. And this is a person with a large platform, straight up being antagonistic to the spread. He's straight up gatekeeping the value that would normally go.
I think he's just being himself. He just doesn't like it. I think he's being just because he has a big platform doesn't mean he can't say his opinion.
No, exactly. That's exactly my point. He's being himself, and yet what he's being that is himself is highly antagonistic. And yet that gets supported. Yet that's what grows. Why is the antagonistic thing making someone grow? Normally, what you would normally expect, if this is a great thing, then shouldn't the people who help make its greatness more accessible be the thing in higher demand? Why would someone reducing the value of something good be valued? It's almost like if someone was...
Well, I mean, I literally do this when I review stuff, because it's like I'll say like, this thing I think is really great, this thing I think is really not great. Probably in the scheme of things, it's all otaku, and it's probably better than whatever would be outside of that scale. But in the relative scale, like, I mean, we could go on a whole hour-long tangent if I brought up Umineko or Chaos Head, and I know we violently disagree on where we landed with those two works in particular, Howard. But it's like, for me...
Chaos Head I have less to talk about, because I only...
Well, I mean, my point being is, like, yeah. I trash talk those ones because I don't think they hold up to other things, and that's not your opinion. So, like, I know that it'd probably be best to not dive into that. But my point being, like, I feel like if you really care about otaku works in general, you're probably being very critical to the things that you think aren't living up to the standard that you think, whatever those are. So forget that I hate Umineko.
So then you don't like an anime is otaku, because that means you like anime.
But that's exactly my point, though. If someone is gaining a ton of value for being non-analytical, for having like objective, low analytical understanding, I don't think it's controversial to say Gigguk can't draw, and I don't think it's controversial to say that Gigguk isn't about to drop some insightful literary analysis on you.
What do you think about Bon?
Oh, I didn't even watch it because there was just no point. I scrubbed through segments. First of all, he didn't even write it; he just commissioned it. It's just a commission, so there's no.
Oh wait, really?
It doesn't reflect on Gigguk, whatever the product is, which is why I didn't even bother watching it.
You didn't like I thought you like storyboarded it all or something.
No, it's just a commission. So it's just a commissioned anime, so there's no point in even watching it, as far as reflecting on him. And nothing grabbed. It didn't look like something I would watch. There was nothing scrubbing through it. There was nothing that, like, I'm usually very quick at being able to tell if something is, as a creator, I can easily tell when something has something special to it or whatever, often even from just a poster or something. There was no signal for me to watch that, so I just didn't even bother. I'll check it out at some point if people are curious what I really think, but it's just not worth it, especially because it has nothing to do with Gigguk. It's just a commissioned anime. So the point is that Gigguk is not adding intellectual value to the marketplace of thought. He's not adding refined ideas.
Yeah. He's like a for the masses guy, not like
it's for the masses, exactly.
Critique.
But simply talking about it also gives it more power, right? Even if you are saying negative things about it, you are still empowering it to an extent.
And that is evidence to the inherent power of otaku stuff. The fact, historically speaking, when something has all the cultural momentum against it, and the only like mainstream things you're seeing are devaluing it, typically that thing will not survive that. Typically, it will only reduce its value with time.
I mean, school shootings are still doing pretty well over here, Howard.
What will?
Like the idea that something is discredited by society, everybody hates it, but it's still sticking around. Like, I don't know that I would say that's specifically otaku, because you could put that on truly evil things, and that's my point
there. For sure. But the point is that they need some kind of, they need something that's institutionally changing the way that their larger perception is had. Typically is my point. Like typically, if there's like a piece of media or something, you need someone with some kind of large platform or something to redirect thought about it in order to change the way to actually have a full-blown momentum change in the way that thing is perceived by the masses. But what's actually really interesting with otaku stuff is that even when there's no pundits talking about something, on a grassroots level, it typically sorts itself out significantly compared to other things, which is just testament to how much like actual grassroots level passion the stuff inspires. So that's why, because I saw it happen in real time, because I was on the internet at the time and I was paying attention. I proactively watched Heion go from something that was like being treated the way Gigguk was treating it to suddenly this very respected thing. And there were there's no like one big thing to point to that actually changed it. Eventually Digibro did chill it quite a bit, but that was after the fact. That was after it had already gained steam and stuff. And there's a lot of things that fit that exact mold. And so the point is that here's something that is objectively very high quality and a high achievement, that its final ultimate resonation with the masses is highly positive, and yet and its respect, and yet someone built a platform very easily via disrespect of that thing, which that's my point. That indicates that there are forces that readily and easily reward reducing value in otaku stuff, which goes to show that on some institutional level, you can be rewarded. That's a viable way of being rewarded. And if you actually look at the majority of AniTube, the majority of successful popular AniTubers actually got there from reducing value, not adding value.
I think it's a little cherry picking, because he makes mostly videos on stuff he likes. But like, there are YouTubers like I Hate Everything who like have their whole thing on being funny.
His best viewed series are always the nutshell videos. And the nutshell videos are no one who actually likes and respects anime for what's good about it would enjoy those types of things. They're specifically made to, again, reduce value, because they are literally, again, it's not controversial to say that they're made with a distinctly Western perspective on not only Western but flippant perspective on what he's showcasing in them.
I guess you can say that. It's like, I don't think it's less value. I think it's just more Western value, which you're less interested in.
Right, exactly, which is the issue, because it's like, do we have an analytical... If people are putting stuff out that is of unique value, like unique artistic, unique literary value, but the market has naturally formed in such a way where it's, again, it's like, I'm far from even people who have their moments of being anti-otaku themselves have pointed out it's literally has a term for it. It was the catchphrase or whatever, the anime is trash and so am I mentality. That was literally an actual formulated known catchphrase thing. And even, if you look, you'll find people even Pause and Select and stuff, who's not exactly the most otaku dude in the world, even criticizing people like Gigguk and stuff for promoting that. There is no question that and if you look at Digibro's growth back in the day, where did he always see more growth? where did he always see major boosts in popularity? It was always times he pulled value out of the value economy of otaku media. It was always that would reward him, would reward his growth more than times he was putting value in. Always. And so that goes to show that there is absolutely systems in place. Whether, you can point fingers wherever you want to point them, like who's to blame for this. It's, I'm not super interested in playing the blame game with that, but it's self-evident that there are systems in place that reward pulling value away from things that would normally garner respect. Like if you were to just objectively analyze and objectively examine their elements, if you were to actually dig into the elements that make them what they are, they would normally like, okay, for example, let's just take a really silly like kind of metaphor. If someone was to get a world record speedrun in Mario 64, I know speedrunning is like dead now, so let's go back to like the height of its value, like 2013, 2014. If someone was to get the world record speedrun of Mario 64, like when Siglemic did it, if someone was to start talking about that world record speedrun, and they were to instead of saying why it's impressive, they instead just went on and on and on about how Siglemic has no life, would you consider that person a supporter of the hobby of speedrunning? And would you consider that person someone adding value to Siglemic?
I mean, I think it's context dependent.
Yeah.
If he had clear respect for him and did it as a joke, and it made people get into speedrunning, I think it's more like what Gigguk does. But I do definitely think that it's not like good, like true otaku like analysis of what Gigguk does. But there's definitely room for better stuff.
Because no matter how you slice it, whether there's like an ironic feedback into the value of the thing, and absolutely that actually, to continue the speedrunning metaphor, that did happen. Like seeing shit like I would prefer it if you would be quiet, that did get people into speedrunning and stuff, even though it's like a cringe thing. And absolutely anime has experienced the same thing. However, even if that is the case, is it adding value to the actual thought economy? Like, is that increasing?
No, it's not intellectually.
Exactly. It's not an addition to the intellectual thought economy. And
it doesn't push the cutting edge forward.
Exactly. That's basically what I'm getting at. And that's basically where the current environment not cultivated. This is actually going down. This has actually been reducing with time. Like I said, believe it or not, the people who were around and talking about anime and stuff before Anime Man, before Gigguk, made people like Anime Man and Gigguk look like otaku saviors, So sometimes people don't realize how good they have it. But the point is, the fact of the matter is that historically, society. I mean, this is true even in Japan. This is not just a Western thing. There is major. The default has been pushback, criticism. In some cases, like in the worst case scenario, like we're seeing, actual systematic attacks like deplatforming and stuff. Those are the worst cases, obviously. The point is that there is a 100% a resistance to pushing actual conventional conventional what's the word, technical respect toward otaku stuff. Really obvious with art. There again, a lot of people don't remember this, but in like 2010 through, when I first got into art, for example, even as late as when I first got into it, which was late 2013, there was a full-blown, like, serious, like, extreme, like Western artists would actually flip if you were to suggest that Japanese art is has any unique value whatsoever, let alone actually point out the reality, which is that, like, the best artists in Japan, like all the that they basically have a superior tradition to what the West has. And that would be that adding any value, like ascribing any value whatsoever, let alone the actual correct amount, was insanely controversial and often straight up discriminated, to the point where it would get very, very heated if someone so much as like dared to question these faux pas. So that's how bad things used to be. And now look at where things have come. Now with time, like, everyone just wants to draw anime and stuff. Everyone just wishes that, everyone just goes, oh yeah, Japan's art is the most interesting. I wish I could do that, etc. So that's where I want to see the literary side go. And that's where Japanese learning is so important, because unfortunately we can't as easily bridge the gap without the language component, which is where the language component is so important. That's why I was like, yeah, I have to write my game in Japanese, because releasing a game in Japanese myself, if I can get it extremely popular, means that now there's a person for the first time ever serious about the literary aspect of this stuff, who can actually talk about both sides, can actually talk about the English and the Japanese, can talk about the quality of translation, can talk about the literary quality of Japanese works, etc. So
real quick, Howard, I want to. So I've been on kind of a tangent in chat right now, but I think this relates back to the otaku oppression aspect of it, and I think probably where my mentality still differs a little bit,
yes.
Which is Cripperino says, I think we should try to enjoy media and find parts we like about it rather than be cynical and critical. I think the opposite of that. If you really love something, to the whole point that we've been saying, you should be extremely critical about what you love, and you should, that way, like, it doesn't devalue the thing that you love. I think there are otaku works that are not good. Like, and I think that's a safe and valid thing to be able to say. I think compared to other things, a wider circle, maybe they're still better. But I think if we can't distinguish them, then it goes back to one of your main problems, Howard, which is that the literary quality goes down over time if you can't be critical of what you love.
I just agree 100% with what you just said. I have zero objections to what you just said.
Zero objections. Okay, fair enough.
Zero objections.
So let's circle back to one of the key things that you have, which is you talk about what otaku qualities are. You've been using that. You've been alluding to it, as well as what anti-otaku qualities are. Can we get a concise list of what you would say, this is otaku, this is anti-otaku? What comes to mind there?
Number one is complete, like, the most pro-otaku quality you can possibly have, and this kind of lines up with what you were just saying, is just a proactive interest in technical quality, primarily artistically and literarily. Music is relevant as well, but we're mostly the backbone is art and writing.
Sure.
Proactive interest in, even if it's not like personal study of such a thing, respect and interest and engagement on that topic is the most, like, good faith engagement of that is the most otaku quality you can possibly have. And it took me a long time to realize that. And I truly realized that when I realized at the end of the day, why is this stuff so special? Why as in this stuff, like this culture? Why is the culture at large so special? It's special at the end of the day more than anything because because it's where you're finding people pushing things forward that you're not finding elsewhere. That's the heart of it. Like, if you're to take, for example, any anime in existence made today, if you're to take the character designer of it, the person who draws the sete, like the Chiara desa sete,
right?
That person is so 99 times out of 100, that person is going to be so advanced at drawing that most people can't even fathom how advanced they are. And they're also using very specific line techniques, all sorts of techniques that literally do not, like, I'm not even joking. Like, this isn't like oh yeah, it's rare or something. It's like literally full blown. The West does not use these advanced techniques, and they are like, advanced is almost an understatement. Because the West has actually simplified its technique set over time, whereas Japan went farther. The West used to have a more developed artistic tradition, very similar to the way it used to have a more developed literary tradition. And both of those things went down over time, while in the otaku sphere, they moved forward. So that is why it's the proactive interest in that advancement. And that's why I'm so easily and readily critical of lower investment media. You know, just the idea of, I just want to have fun. You know, I just want to consume to have fun. I'm just worried about my own entertainment, my own enjoyment. Because you know what? Becoming an insane person and playing with doo-doo and committing murder might be more fun than anything you could ever, in the right state of mind, with like maybe some weird mind-altering substances, you might experience more fun and more enjoyment with that than you could ever get from media. That's not what media is about at the end of the day. It's about becoming better people, becoming a more advanced society, advancing thought, etc. So if you can't prioritize and appreciate that, you have nothing. So that's the most pro-otaku quality in existence, is just respect and intent towards advancement of these things.
That was an amazing clip.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So you're saying it's not sufficient for something like a game to be fun.
Yeah, that's not sufficient, in my opinion, which I think is a good opinion.
So, and in fact, you go as far as to say that things like, Balatro are slop because they're really only focused on that aspect. But I mean, would you consider chess to be slop?
No, because it is built to.
It's just slop.
Because there's no plot. And this is why I start to worry, Howard, that maybe we've gone so far that we've begun developing literary brain rot because we can't appreciate things that are pure and simple, like chess, or even I haven't played Balatro, so I don't actually know if it's slop or not. But the idea of a card game that people enjoy playing, you should be able to enjoy that, and its goal of being fun should probably be sufficient to an extent, right? It really depends on the mindset. What were they trying to do?
This is I can sum this up really easily because I answer this a lot. This comes up a lot.
I'm sure you'll continue answering this. Yeah, it's the whole idea of you changing arts into sciences, which is probably another fundamental thing that I don't know that I can agree with. And we could probably have a separate podcast about that. But
Yeah.
in short terms, fun.
Yes.
Like Cats was all pro fun, right? And then for
absolutely.
you, all of a sudden it's like fun's not good enough. Is this rebellion? Is this your teenage years against Cats, Daddy? Like, what is going on?
Okay. This is where I am just Cats to a T, and this is where I think he would just 100% consider me his successor. Everything that when it comes to effort, when it comes to the concept of effort, I am incredibly anti-effort. I think if you're putting in effort, it's because I think that's an identity issue. There are times where we have to do things we don't want to do or hard things. And, believe me, I'm no stranger to like stress and shit, obviously. But is the meta thing an effort? Sometimes we have to put in effort, but is it an effort to put in that effort? That's what I believe.
That's doryoku versus kuro.
Yes.
I saw that difference in Japanese.
Exactly. We can doryoku all day, but are you feeling a kudo? That's really the difference. And that's where I'm 100% all about what Katz was getting at. And that's where that ties in directly to why I'm critical of something like Balatro, but not critical of chess. Okay. There is a real phenomena in the video game industry of playing on avoidance. They are essentially products no different from something like alcohol, which I would argue alcohol has a place in society as a de-stressor, whereas these don't. I would say these are more in the category of something like heroin or whatever, like a harder drug that has no form of being used responsibly, because they are actually abusing the brain's desire for relief while not actually providing relief.
That's so interesting because that's how I view pornography, quite honestly. And
yes, I agree. Yeah,
and so, then that's also so integrated into something like visual novels. But the best ones, that's not the key selling point, even if it is integrated. But then I have that same concern that you're kind of painting here, of like, but we're abusing brain cells in order to sell literary genius.
When it comes to otaku industry pornography, I support it because it's always associated with and paired with a drive for excellence in the arts. And at times, it will help bring more people in, even if we have to do it in a slightly evil way. I will support that necessary evil.
There is a lot of VNDB like porn slop that it does not touch that. It's just ratchet to fill the void of whatever high, which again goes back to your thing of abusing brain cells to sell the product, which seems evil to me. That seems anti-otaku to me.
Okay, this is where I'm gonna be. This might be the most controversial thing I will say the entire stream.
Okay.
I am fairly critical of DL site Arrow game culture, not visual novel, not the actual novel game culture, but the DL site independent pornographic RPG type stuff, and like DL site like Dojin published pornographic content and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I am fairly critical of it. I'm not saying it's all bad at all by a long shot, but I am fairly critical of it because I find a lot of it is more based in vice than excellence. And that is, I can't approve such a thing. The reason I can approve pornography and VNs is because it's all in support of a very high literary tradition. And you'll even find that, like you said, a lot of the time the pornography moves to the minor aspect of these things. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend there's not some nuki gay that are very well written and have great art. And I will defend those. I will stand by them, even if I think they... okay, if you're playing Little Buster's Ecstasy, those H scenes, those arrow scenes are not abusing any part of your brain. They're so minor. They're so simple. They don't overindulge or anything. Most people probably wouldn't even experience too much arousal from them. But I'm not going to act like there's not well-written stuff that is very abusive of arousal systems. One of my favorite VNs is Aoisora no Kamyu. And that has a very strong erotic element with scenes that last a while and are very indulgent, and they do stimulate. That's their intent. Their intent is to abuse brain chemistry. I will support that because the artistic standard is so high and the literary standard is so high, and no one who in good faith engages with such a product would step away with their focus being the pornographic aspect. Their focus is always going to be, if they engaged it in good faith, the literary aspect. And that's why I can support that necessary evil. But the problem with the DL slop is a lot of it is not that. A lot of it is not prioritizing excellence. A lot of it is prioritizing, like, maybe, it's not like it's anti-excellence per se, but it's not striving for excellence. Literarily, it's often bereft, or just straight up low level. Artistically, even it promotes lower standards. Even, that people might find that confusing. Oh, there's a lot of great art. There's a huge difference between someone who's really great at art and the true artistic illustrator meta that's constantly being featured in VNs and stuff. There's a huge difference. It's the difference between I'm, excellent at, a sport, and I'm literally a contender for the gold medal. And that difference makes all the difference. It's the difference between something is unique and exceptional and like actually world changing versus just, hey, you're good, but you're not good enough to justify, creating something that doesn't serve a higher purpose. So that's probably the most
Yeah, the summary is, if you feel like it's serving a higher purpose, then that's still true otaku. If it seems like it's simply abusing brain chemistry, it is not.
Yes.
However, the game industry in particular is more focused on fun, which is not literary, has no literary relevance. So therefore, that's a negative. Again, I think if a game is simply fun, that's still probably, like, if that was the box you were trying to check, to make a work that succeeds in its goal, that isn't abusive. Because I don't feel like if Balatro is like a gacha slop game, then yeah, sure, I get that. But if it's literally, or if it's like the old people with the slots or something like that, like if it's that sort of element, I agree, that's bad. But you also criticize like Hades 2 as being slop, and it's like, it's probably just a fun game from the West. Like, and I think that's okay.
Fine. I mean, no one's about to experience. No one's about to touch Hades 2 and find that their life is way worse for it or anything. Of course not. It's the build-up, and I actually have my next video is actually about that. It's the build-up of all these. It's the absolute state of the industry when all these things come together. It's like death by 1,000 paper cuts. I'm critical of Balatro for being a hard drug, whereas I'm critical of Hades 2 for being a paper cut. It's a different thing, and I'm only critical of it for being a paper cut because there's 999 other paper cuts out there. If it was the only paper cut, I wouldn't be critical of it. And that's basically my perspective on the game industry and stuff. And the reason I'm not critical of something like chess or even I'm really into probability games. Like I love the original generation of Pokemon. I like all the generations of Pokemon, but the one I really like personally playing is the original one.
Gen 1.
For many reasons, I won't get into that. But I play that game daily. I spend anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes daily on that game. It reminds me a lot of what I was just saying about the otaku pornography, like VNs. It has addictive aspects. It has like abusive aspects and stuff. Yu-Gi-Oh, the card game, and similar card games. I always loved playing Yu-Gi-Oh. I try not to play it too much, but I've had periods on and off. That also has abusive aspects to it and stuff as well.
I want to use the bathroom real quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go for it. Why am I not? Why do I not think Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon have to? I mean, let's ignore the elephant in the room of the quality standards of Pokemon having dropped for so long. Let's forget that. Let's just focus on the game, the competitive aspect. Why am I not critical of the competitive aspect of a game like Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon? The reason is twofold. First of all, like visual novels, they promote otaku artistic expressions, and Pokemon has gotten a little dicey with that over time. But let's just think of Pokemon when he was in his prime. Yu-Gi-Oh still promotes great artistic culture. I mean, those card arts are phenomenal, and all that. So not only is it giving people art that's really interesting, but the game is educational. The game is teaching you about life. Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, if you play them, you are learning about life. They are very directly teaching you things about probability, implicit communication, how to telegraph, how to read a telegraph, how to fake a telegraph, all sorts of things. There's so many life lessons to be had in those games that if it's like alcohol, if you can approach them responsibly, they might be just the thing you need to live a constructive lifestyle. But if you indulge in them, then your life might fall apart. And that's how I see the pornographic aspect of otaku media, and that's how I see these games that have earned their right to be games, essentially. That's how I see them. It's the question is basically, are you alcohol or are you heroin? You know,
fair enough.
That's essentially
that's an interesting way to view it. Yeah, that makes it a little bit more clear.
Yeah,
I will say that was the reason why I also discarded. Somebody said it, Moe Slop as well. Like for a long time to me, and people do that with VNs too. They get filtered, right? They don't. Well, they view it as pornography, and a lot of times it's not. Yeah. It's not actually meant to be, something meant for arousal. It's meant for literary aspects to it, and that's very different. Exactly. Okay, I do want to kind of transition into the one of the Ota-Economy questions here, which is really your personal Ota-Economy. What is how are you doing this right now, Howard? You mentioned before that you were a coder. I assumed you were making some money. I assume you're making basically $0 right now, besides the kind people that are supporting you on patreon.com. Check out Howard's Patreon, where you're getting anywhere between like $300 and $500 a month, which is incredible considering the size of your channel and all that sort of thing.
Thank you.
But how in the world, you're living in New York, how are you doing this and not dead?
Basically, I won't reveal everything because obviously there's a line I have to draw.
Rich parents?
No, actually, believe it or not.
Okay.
Okay. I will start by saying I am operating in the red, and I have been operating in the red for basically since I put out. I don't know, a long time is the point. For a while now. I made a lot of money when COVID happened because there was welfare systems in place that were abusable, and I was able to sort of strike gold with those.
Oh my
Those
gosh.
are to thank for Orkastle existing. If not for COVID, I would have had to go back and get a coding job for at least, build up maybe a year of money to then dive off of again.
I didn't realize that
so
my taxes were paying for the Ota-Economy. That's very
yes, yeah.
At least they're going
Yes.
at least somewhere good.
yeah, exactly.
Yep. Yep. That's the start of of our government's redemption arc. But yeah, that's what I actually have to thank, and it's been very tough. If I didn't have the tips I get, it's not just Patreon. I have some other income. Sometimes people will tip me in other ways. Some very nice people have tipped me in other ways, such as crypto. Sometimes YouTube pulls through a little bit, gets a little bit of extra. There are other ways as well. Sometimes, art commission here and there, sometimes as well. So it's not like nothing, but yes, it has been in the red, and I would have gone out. I would have hit the negative, and my credit's not great, so I can't go much into the negative. I would have had to go back to work if not for all the generous supporters. So again, thank you everyone, and please support more. Don't hesitate to support. Never ask if Howard needs it. Always assume Howard needs it.
How sustainable is this going to be though for you?
Not sustainable. I'm at the end of the rope, and that's why I am planning on. I think this is my first time publicly announcing this, but I am planning a Kickstarter for a month from now.
Okay.
And I'm hoping. I'm going to announce it to Japan as well. And I am hoping to see anywhere between 30K from it and 200K. That's what I'm hoping to see. And I think it will be a success because I have a heavy duty campaign planned. There will be, when you see the story demo, the trailer, the posters done, even just how much attention to details in the gameplay and everything, the fire writing, the fact that it's 2 languages, East and West, or Japan and the West. I have every single factor on my side. Even the Toby Fox connection, the fact that this is a response to Toby, and Toby's in his redemption arc, and it's just going to get more interesting from here. I think that Orkastle has no problem collecting the amount of money I expect it to on Kickstarter. But I will be going. I plan on going insane with work to get this Kickstarter to be as good as it can be.
Mm-hmm.
And then once it's launched, I plan on spending the entire month of its campaign making promotional YouTube content for it. And then I plan on collapsing once that month is over for a solid month because I need a month of rest. I have a tendency to look. We gotta set the record straight. This I have a tendency to look fat on my webcam. I am actually normal weight right now, and there was one point during my journey where I was flirting with obesity, like what is technical obesity, where it's just like a very fat person. You're not actually obese. But it's like technical clinical obesity. It's the very start of clinical obesity. While working my absolute balls off, actually managed to, start pulling it back down because as I got better and better and as things moved forward, it was easier to start, working on my health again and stuff. And that's another reason I need a month off. I just need a month to just work out and just chill and whatever, I need to, usually am more of like a fit cell type, but this work is just insane. Like people will ask me sometimes, like, "Yo, I kind of dig the don't work a job and just be a creator lifestyle," and I'm always just like, "No, no, you don't. Like, you don't. It's all pain. It's just pain."
It looks appealing, but it's not realistic, and it sounds like otaku is getting pretty dire here in this next month. It might be make or break. So, like, let's. Have you gone down the mental path of what if, like, you don't hit the target that you're looking for? Like, are there otaku avenues that, like, pivot plans here? I don't know. We don't have to go into them. I'm just curious. Like, how far out is Howard thinking?
I've dealt with, like, you know how, like, in Evangelion, they're always dealing, every single battle is maybe the world blows up. Mm-hmm. That's just what being a creator is. Every creator deals with this. If you look up Yoshimune talking about making Muv-Luv, that was a situation where it was like, this succeeds or we're cooked. You know, it's not like, you just get used to that. You know, it's like, it's not like you start to question, like, oh God, am I doing something wrong by financially relying on this thing? It's like, no. That's just what you do. You know, it's like the Urbex guys climbing the cranes with no support. It's like, it's not Urbex unless you're doing that. You know, it's not the climbing. You're not a climber, dude. You're not a Daredevil, dude, unless you're, you know, doing that. And let me tell you, it's funny because there is, you'd be surprised, but most people who make a living doing creative stuff are not rich kids living off of parents' money. Most of them are just normal people who took the financial risk. I remember a conversation between Ito Life, the illustrator, and what's her name, Noriko, as her trap persona of Tamaki. Fuck, I'm forgetting.
I don't know who those people are. Keep going though.
Anyway, illustrators.
Okay.
Successful illustrators. They said, like, yeah, we became pro because we jumped off the ledge with no bungee cord. You know, that's what sets the fire on your ass. That's what makes you go, this has to succeed. That's what makes your brain calculate what will succeed and then make sure that you're, you know, putting out truly special stuff that will succeed. So
I mean that's it seems like if you are just playing it safe, then you might never actually take that plunge. And I think it directly probably conflicts with those who are like trying to calculate when the right time to jump ship is, and they typically never do. However, that's exactly what I want to talk to you about, because that's exactly what I'm doing. So without further ado, I want to jump into the Kanji no Sodan section, which is where I'm begging Howard for life advice on what I should be doing with my otaku future here. So the idea here is, I've been at the Japanese grind for a while. Over the course of, I'm not going to say direct timelines publicly anywhere online, but in the very near future, I'm going to probably be pivoting in a direction similar to Howard, where I'm just trying to match like native level output on creating content. I don't really care if I fail. I'm just going to be doing it. So that's kind of where it's at. And a little bit different than Howard, I've been working for the last 10 years. So I at least have some like buffer that it's like, even if it fails, I've got at least some runway to try to convert this. Most people probably don't have that, right? Like you're either make or break it. People say like, you're never going to actually, jump to the other side to a creator because you got used to your safe life, right? I'm saying I've been playing it too safe, and now I'm about to be less safe. So I have a couple of different options where I'm leaning to with that. So the idea is, do like otaku either. And it goes back to the acceleration thing that you talked about. Like, I know that I will need to invest a significant time in it. I don't know to what extent, whether that is like I'm going to be doing it part-time and then just doing something else part-time, like not killing myself. Like enjoying Japanese still. Like that's my thought is, I don't think of like continuing to push my Japanese level as like directly in this time. I'm talking about like part-time Japanese development potentially, and then part-time actually doing whatever that thing is, but it would still be like my all-encompassing life, right?
Right.
But then like the things that have kind of attracted me, and this has changed and grown and ebbed and flowed over time, but the idea of doing something like manga was really something that's always really captivated me, because the idea that you could do it by yourself, right? You could, to the points that you were saying, like the most like basic anime starts with a manga storyboard a lot of times, right? And so, but then like the reality of it is brutal to be a mangaka. Like even if you're doing this at self-paced, like it's brutal. So then I'm thinking about like to the extent of like it takes literally decades to tell a story that's maybe like you can't do the Ellen equivalent of something like a manga and not have it be like 100 volumes long of manga.
Right. Like where is the index manga still? It's like in like 2011 or something.
Exactly.
Where the LMs were.
So like the Monogatari series is like 300 hours of books, and you could have written that in probably just like a few years, like 5 to 10 years. But then One Piece is 300 hours of anime, but that took like tens of thousands of people, like tens of thousands of hours to make.
Exactly. Manga's on a different scale is kind of what I've realized, and it's like I like that, but I don't know if that's what I want to dedicate it to, if I would rather just do something like story based or something like that, which is why I'm kind of more leaning towards, I mean, I've been really critical of VNs. I've been really positive about VNs too. It's like, what if I took what I've learned from those so far and tried to do that myself? And that's actually kind of where, with conversations with my wife, like that's kind of where we ended up, is like, that's probably what I'd be leaning more towards doing right now. But the gotcha that I'm like, and I've been struggling with this probably for like a year of like where I want to go, because I know that there's a little bit of runway still before I make that switch. But like the thing that I'm trying to be very intentional about where I'm going with this is, should I be focusing on writing? Should I be focusing on art? Or should I be focusing on development? Because like I could whip out my own VN engine right now. I wouldn't. I would use somebody's like prefabbed thing, like, something that's already been made. But like my technical abilities are there because that's been my full-time job for years now, right? However, like writing, I'm still not at a native level. I'm certainly not the beyond native level of like somebody like Rubochigen, like people that you were already mentioning.
Legend.
Like legendary people that like I would want to be aspiring to. Like that's still going to take tens of thousands of hours of grinding Japanese to get to that level, I think. And so then my real interest though, like my original plan was once I get to a point where I'm good enough with Japanese to switch over to art. So it was always like character designs and that sort of thing is kind of what I was more interested in. But I've been thinking more and more about stories, story development, writing. So it's like, it's kind of like, unlike Howard, I've never been able to balance like tens of thousands of hours of two hobbies at once without feeling that acceleration like creak on. I tried to do music at the same time as Japanese. It didn't work out. So what I was really satisfied with music, like I invested a lot of time into music early on. Like eventually it did become, well, Japanese is actually the more important thing. So I'm making a conscious choice here. Didn't burn out on it, just made the conscious decision to pivot.
Right.
So now I'm like, I don't want to lose that with Japanese. I already have some skill set with dev. So like if I could do dev work, that'd be fine. But I don't want that to be the core, right? I also want to be doing something else, either art or writing. And right now I'm at a bit of a loss because I'm basically at ground zero on both. Like which one should I be going into from here?
Okay, that's easy to answer. First off, if you approach art, you would have to do it with the expectations that your goal is to do good storyboards and perhaps character, genon as they call it. You present, it's not the actual final design, but it's the full vision of the design. That's what you would be doing that's what your goal would be if you were to get into art at all, because it takes so long to be able to draw manga at an acceptable speed. Okay. Wait. Let me step back for a second. If you're like real, like long term, like pilled, like you're like real thinking into the future, you're like, if I was to be like, yeah, you're gonna have to find 8 hours for art every single day for 10 years, and you're like, yeah,
That's
I'm
20,000
fine
hours.
with
Yeah.
that. Yeah, then I'd be like, yeah, go for it. But that's probably not what you would do. What you would do instead is simply aim more for you would aim more for like the 5K range. The 5K range,
Sure.
if well spent, can let you storyboard and stuff. So you could, what you could do is you could get an artist and you could be the storyboarding backbone. And at the same time, you would be working on your writing. Either way, if you want to make something, you should 100% be focused on writing, because reading, you are more well read at this point than most people in the world, because that's just what happens when you read a lot to learn Japanese.
Yeah.
So you already have a foundation. The hardest aspect of writing, in my opinion, is just the sheer amount of shit you have to analyze. If you already sucked things down, yeah, you're gonna have to reread and recheck stuff. But the fact that they already have entered your mind is huge, and it makes all the difference. So yeah, that's what I would say. If you want to touch art, this is a lesson to everyone. Beware of art. Beware of art. Art is serious business. Specific things happen at specific times. And the realistic one when picking it up as an adult is, oh, I'm just someone who can provide basic storyboards. Like, I specialized in composition. All of my effort and drills were focused on composition. I didn't worry too much about other stuff, composition and gesture, maybe a little bit of color ability. And everything went into that so that I can then communicate with someone who's my, really experienced artist. And I can therefore, bridge that gap. So I don't just feel like a doofus asking the artist to do their thing with no ability to actually direct them.
So are you talking about like which avenue is this? This is like if I'm making like a name or something like that as a mangaka, like you're talking about making a story, but I'm still also doing like the storyboarding for it.
Yes, I'm talking about doing name stuff.
Which means I would be focusing on doing writing for probably the majority of my time, and then you'd have to also develop some amount of art.
Yeah, you would just be slipping in very specific drills in art daily. Like, you would be slipping in very specific gesture type drawing. There's a very specific way of doing it that is the best for EXP. And then very specific types of composition practice is what you would be doing otherwise. And then once you get far enough with both of those, you would start putting in some color drills, and it would just be those three things, because you would have a very specific goal, and you would just be trying to min-max that specific goal. There's no point in thinking that you're about to start drawing the actual pages and inking the actual pages. It simply takes too much skill and too much time. I have periodically practiced and tested myself how long it takes to ink a full manga page. Only very recently have I gained the ability where I would actually be able to keep up with a weekly pace, and the drawings would be actually acceptable. So, and I'm getting close to 20K. So,
oh, really? Okay.
It's hard. It's hard. The manga, like, you might think, 3-4 hours a page is weekly manga pace. That's not too bad, right? When you actually start going at those pages, those 3-4 hours just melt. They just disappear. It is like brutal to get a nice inked page out in 3 to 4 hours. It takes, you need to be able to draw like it's breathing, which is why it's like, yeah, it's pretty much a 20K filter. Unless you're fine with putting out manga that looks like crap. I don't think there's any money in that. I don't think, by money I mean interest, not like money. I mean, like, I don't think anyone cares about that. I think the one ship has sailed. One with One Punch Man and his like
right.
mid art, his mediocre art. I think that ship has sailed. I think people want to see what I see get popular on Twitter with manga is always someone who's at least my level. That's what I see.
Well, yeah, it's the exception, right? Like Chi also did it. I told you to watch that one. I don't know if you've watched it yet.
Yes. I'm sorry. I forgot.
No, you're good.
I will watch it.
You should watch it. It's actually really good, but the art is like probably the worst I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So to your point,
the art is a little bit doo-doo. But even then, it's tough to get to the level that dude was at.
Exactly.
When you take into account how quickly he was moving.
Yeah.
So
he had
to rip those pages out.
Yeah, exactly. So it's really probably not realistic for a lot of people to even get into manga for that reason. Something like if you decide to go down like a VN route, like obviously then you're a lot heavier into the literary aspects.
Yes.
But I mean, to my point, I was like, I could probably whip out a manga story now, quite honestly.
Yes.
But it would be at manga quality writing, right? Like
if you've read what you've read, just by sitting down and really concentrating, you would figure it out quite quickly.
Right. But then with a VN, it's like the exact opposite. I don't think VNs need as much art time and for simple character designs, because a lot of times you can get away with very simple character designs because the focus isn't the character designs as much as it is, well, it depends on the VN, but as much as the writing, right?
I would go as far to say that if you were to make a VN, art skill as the writer doesn't really help much at all.
I think you're probably right.
Yeah, because the reason I think that is because a lot of the time you really want to let the artist kind of cook with those compositions and ideas and stuff.
Right.
Because they usually, it's not like manga where the pictures are functional. You're handing a actual book to someone who is a really good artist who is used to interpreting how to turn books into good pictures. Mm-hmm. So a lot of the time you can kind of just let them cook. Yes, I know that there's like stories like Jun Maeda asking his artists to retake and redo things a million times, but that's just because he's like he gets the genius pass. Most of the time, if you're working with a good artist, as long as you wrote something evocative, they'll know, as long as they communicate with you enough, what to draw for the most part. And that's why I say, if you want to make VNs, just be the best writer you can possibly be. If you want to make manga, be the best writer you can be, but put in those 5,000 hours of art. Mm-hmm. Put in those gesture, composition, and color drills.
I guess like that's just it. Like for me, the end game is less of making the perfect otaku work, and it is more of just the entering a circle of otaku and getting that feedback loop there. Like that dynamic between that circle and us just working on something together that we see has value. Don't care if it gets accepted or not. It's really because if you have people with that mindset, then you're going to make something cool to yourself. And honestly,
exactly.
I found that that's the best motivation for me personally.
For sure. I mean, I just get excited seeing people actually go at a thing, it's exciting.
Yeah. So with that in mind, like headed towards that direction, I'm less concerned on like, that's just it. I still view it as being a gaijin, being a handicapped for being able to create in this. I don't see how you could see it any other way. You can try to work to resolve some of your handicapness. You might even be able to reach the level that you want, but it's going to cost you a lot. So I guess right now my concern is it even worth trying to hit that in writing, when I feel like art might actually be the easier pivot for that. To my point, I don't look at Western art. I don't even know what it looks like at this point. So it's like if I'm drawing, it's off all of the people that I've been immersing with for almost 10,000 hours now at this point. So it's going to look like that. Like there's no other choice. Like I will make it look like
absolutely.
that. So
go ahead. It's always, that's the thing. I was scared back when I got into art that just being Westerner is going to cause some like messed up look in my art. Just inherently, it doesn't work that way. It's a choice. It's an elective choice.
So that's just it. I'm concerned about that if I go down the writing path, that I will be choosing to like Yokozuki, like something that I like that is I won't ever be actually good at. Whereas I think I actually would have the potential to do that with art on the other hand. But I don't know if that's just cope about being a foreigner with Japanese. So I don't know.
What's the time frames here? Because if you have enough time, you can go from 0 to pro in art in under a decade if it's the majority of your days every day.
If we're talking about timeline, let's just say it won't matter because it's the rest of my life, and in the grand scheme of things, it's practically now. So that's kind of what we're dealing with.
Right. Well, if this is what I'll say, if someone, there's like pretty tangible numbers here. If someone let me pull up my calculator real quick, because there's a few like concrete checkpoints. It's like, okay, at 5K hours optimized, like I said, you can do like storyboards. So you could do like the name of manga. Mm-hmm. That takes, if you were to grind, let's say 9 hours a day on average over 365, you could get there within basically 2 years. 2 years would get you there. Well, actually less than 2 years, which is actually a pretty good deal. I mean, that's a pretty nice power.
It's the jazzy path in Japanese. That's what he did, right? Like in his case, it was like a year, but that's yeah. So I get it.
Right. Exactly. So if you didn't optimize for that ability, you're not going to get that ability until, if you didn't min-max for the ability to storyboard, you're not going to acquire it until more like 10K.
Yeah.
So double that. So we're talking like 3-ish years.
Yeah.
But as a result, you're going to have a lot of other skills in there too. Like your character drawing is going to be a little bit better and stuff. 10K as a benchmark is interesting because you can do some assistance stuff. Like you can help make little decisions on the art, but you're still going to need to grab an actual artist. You still can't handle the actual art yourself. Now let's double that even further to 20K. Now you're basically me. If you have more talent, which you might, you're in a really good position. But even if you don't have more talent, you're in a pretty good position. Like you can do a lot at my level. You can definitely make manga, no question. And you can do all sorts of things when it comes to illustration and I know a lot of people don't like having to hear this, but the fact is you're not, again, the guy on the light novel. You're not the whatever. You're still a supporter. You could do, again, indie game standards are lower. That's why I can handle an indie game, but I still have my brother who's much better than me supporting me. You have to now 1.5 that time frame. So you have to go one more. So we were at 6 years of 9 hours average daily. You're gonna have to 1.5 that to get to Illustrator quality now. So now you're at 9 years and you're a 30K-er. And now, so this is 9 years of averaging 9 hours a day and including weekends. You are now for sure Illustrator quality, and you can do anything you want at that. No one is stopping you. You probably won't get hired to be the guy on a company's published light novel, or a game company's main character designer, just because those jobs are so competitive that other people are in your way. But all sorts of people will want you at that point for all sorts of things. You can do pretty much anything at that point. You could animate, you could draw manga easily. There's so many things you can do at that point, as long as the time was well spent. So that is the exact numbers and the exact time frames, and I have them. Why am I so confident in these numbers and these time frames? Because I have spent a lot of time observing people and listening to different pros talking about like their career and what happened, and observing different learners and how quickly they reach this milestone versus this milestone. And I find that talent can become a massive modifier of these time frames.
Yeah.
But those are outliers.
Yeah. You see that with Japanese as well. Yes.
Yeah, really?
Absolutely.
Exactly.
I think there's not much talent in Japanese learning. Like, if you don't do Anki, you'll just never be there. Like,
yeah, that's true. That's true.
There are definitely people that accelerate faster than the others. They have some other coefficient. Yeah. And even just like people that start younger, people that manage to do the 9-hour day that you're talking about. But like realistically, like, okay, if I didn't have my job, like, and I was actually doing this full time, I'm still probably not putting in 9 hours. I probably am still like probably trending around where I'm at with Japanese plus a little boost, like, I don't know, 7 hours or so. Like, it's probably like a max-ish, but probably I could still do like 4-hour minimum. But that means I'm going to be 10,000 hours in 10 years, which is, I mean, that's slow. You lose out on a lot of the acceleration. I think Cripperino says that's going to be putting me into the mediocrity crab bucket mentality. But it's like, it's also realistic. It's like, I'm not going to say, like, I'm going to do 9 hours every day when it's like, you know, an hour of my day goes to something social or something like that. You know what I mean? Like I guess I could sacrifice everything. Maybe I'm saying no to otaku. Maybe that's like a cardinal sin here. But like, I'm also trying to be a realistic adult about it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be like, who's the really big mangaka that made like Astro Boy and stuff? Tezuka? Tezuka was writing manga at his wedding. Like, that's not going to be me. You know what I mean? First off, I'm already married, so that's definitely not going to be me. I didn't draw any manga there. So it's like, I'm not going to do that. And those are the people that will excel. I mean, Tezuka's a legend for a reason, even if, like, to Howard's points before, like, you look at it by today's standard and it's like, kind of raises an eyebrow. But
it's at the same time,
yeah, he was, absolutely. So like, I guess that's the internal struggle there. I think you're making a good point about like the gut check of hours are going to, like, there's no way to get around that. It's going to be a colossal time sink no matter what. I'm down for that. Like I said, I got the rest of my life for it. And so, really, like, my thought is I probably need to settle on one of those paths. And like I said, I'm probably more leaning towards the VN side of things, but I don't know. Like, I could even do, like, what if I did just double down on art and then I worked with other VN creators? You know what I mean? It's like you're still contributing to that field, but then you could double down on the art piece. So I don't have a clear answer yet of where I want to go with that, but I am thinking about, and this is kind of one of the curious things about you, Howard, that we haven't really explored yet, is I have gotten a lot from the Japanese communities that I've been involved in, even from a small amount. And I'm not talking about the language learner Japanese communities. I mean, like, the ones with like real natives. Like the TRPG community that I was a part of was like crazy useful. When I lived in Japan, like, there's a huge difference between what my Japanese could have been if I just stayed over in Japan versus even in my synthetic environment that I have over here. Yeah. So my thought is really, I'm probably going to do like a Senmon Gakko kind of thing over there, where it's like, I'll actually go over there maybe for like 2 years or something, dedicate myself to the craft, knowing that it's not going to be what makes me actually good. Going to school, it doesn't make you good. Putting in the hours for your thing is what's going to make you good. But it will open up the social circles and put the Japanese aspect not so much as a passive thing. It'll always be active, but could potentially be an accelerator there. that I don't have living over here in Illinois. You know what I mean? So
yes.
So I'm curious for your thoughts there as somebody who have you been to Japan yet, Howard?
No, I never even stepped foot.
Yeah, so
That's amazing.
With you not having even gone over there, me talking about like, well, what if I just essentially pay to live in Japan for a bit, because that's the point of it, and then surround myself with other otaku doing the same thing, which is the real purpose of the Senmongakko. Like, is that a sound strategy? Is that a ludicrous waste of money? Because it's not going to be free. But
here's what's interesting. I would say that like I am all for the like, you know, people taking a you know, like a, you know, I guess like a financial type dive, whatever, if you know, if it's all like well orchestrated and they totally know that they got like, you know, a life to go back, you know, they're not actually ruining themselves and stuff. I think that's cool. But at the same time, I feel like a lot of people underestimate what can be immediately done with money in the first place. Because one thing that immediately made me think of was like, there's one sort of like, I guess like build I forgot to even like mention when it comes to like investing or like making projects and stuff. One of them that I feel like is kind of underrated with people is just, you know, you could just fund a project. Like you could just be a producer. Like you could set up your own like
I've been thinking
studio.
about that actually.
I feel like that's underrated, you know, and like I'm in no position to talk about that because I did the polar opposite at the moment, you know, if I, you know, who knows, maybe I'll, you know, maybe you know, maybe I could be one of those guys who does fun stuff in the future. But like at the moment, I'm the opposite. I'm the guy who's, you know, utterly in the trenches. I'm not the guy in the office. But like, the point is, I feel like that is an underrated path. And I feel like sometimes people like don't necessarily know how to unlock the, I guess you could say, creative potential of the money they have sometimes. This is basically an elaborate way of me saying that people should invest money into Orkastle. No, but like in all seriousness, like I would say like it's important to know what you're getting out of a thing. Like, are you, like I said, like here's the thing that I feel like is also underrated, because I talk to a lot of people where we have like memes about how it's over at 20 or you know, it's totally over, it's doubly over at 30 and stuff. The fact of the matter is like none of that is really like true. Like it's extremely true on one hand, but on the other hand, it's like if you really like, I actually calculated for people a few times how much you could actually very realistically become a professional artist. And I mean like actually like sick professional, not just like, oh, I can do assistant work. I mean, like, you're an actual sick professional. It's like shockingly viable to be balanced with a full-time job. It's like shockingly a thing that can be able to be done. It's just that you have to sacrifice everything else, which is why, you know, for most people, it's not very realistic.
Right. I mean, that's literally what I've done with Japanese. So, like, I get it, and I'm probably one of the few people that I hate to say it, like I actually probably can do it and will do it. But I guess to your point earlier, that is something I've thought. Like I kind of laid out, you know, like a 5-year plan, kind of what I was thinking, right? Like, you know, go to Japan, spend like 2 years over there studying something. That way I can build up connections, circles. Because again, I'm not real interested in connecting with people in the West, so I might as well just go to some where there's some other young aspiring talent that maybe have potential to actually make it. And then as far as like financially, like where it goes, I mean, it really depends, right? Like with Trump's economy and all that fun stuff, like in any president's economy, like I'm not going to be able to predict where that's going to go. But if things did go well, I would have no problem. Like this is what I've done with coding. It's like I had to I had to be in the trenches myself first. And then suddenly, like, I got to a point where I can tell other people and span out like my abilities, multiplex it, right? And so I know that I would have to do the same thing here. And that's kind of why I'm interested in, like, I probably do need to have some aspect of art. I probably do need to like dive into writing more, because probably the long term is not for me to be grinding in my 60s.
Right.
Like, we are living longer, so to your point, I think it is more realistic that we're going to have more people like the Dark Souls guy who like went from his like it's the Datsusada like story where like they escape the salaryman life, and like that is going to be a more common thing. And I think that's probably where I'm going to slot into this bigger picture, is probably into that.
That makes sense. Yeah. In that case, yeah, because the biggest issue and the sort of like sad stories that always upset me and stuff is because I've been helping people far longer than I've been, getting some money to help people.
Sure.
And I would help people, and I would see, like, a lot of the time I kind of end up in these situations where I'd be like, you're doing this wrong, or you're not taking this seriously enough, or you're not like whatever, and you're not going to be happy with where you are 3 years from now because of that. And all
I do that with Japanese all the time. Yep.
Yeah. And then they get pissed at you, and then it becomes a little fight or whatever. And then I don't do this anymore, obviously. Nowadays I'm very formal about how I help people, but and then you see them 3 years later, and and then they tell you like, I couldn't make the jump to this or that, and then you're just sad. You're like, oh fuck, I was hoping you had proven me wrong,
Right.
So that's where realism comes in like knowing how long certain things actually take, and knowing like what your actual end game is. Like, okay, so is your vision like, I make an indie game, or I make like manga or something, and I get like $1 million because I'm so genius, and like okay, if that's your vision, then obviously you're cooked. But like, if you have this realistic vision of like, okay, I'll get some skills so that I can communicate with people much better, and then I'll build some kone. I'll try to find people who are really good, scout for people who are really good at these things, and then I'll still be financially all set, and I can invest in maybe realizing some projects with a mix of money and the insight of because I think an underrated thing is the idea of like the sort of creative producer. So it's like someone who's like a producer who sort of like is the businessman side, but he also has the ability, because Nintendo obviously has a few famous people like that. That's like what Miyamoto was. He's a very famous creative producer.
Right.
I mean, he was credited as director, at times as well, but he was always more of a businessman, and but he had creative skills, and I think that kind of position is underrated because it's less glorious. Ironically, we're talking about Miyamoto is like one of the most like, I guess, that's more of the image of Miyamoto, Miyamoto the image versus Miyamoto the man.
Sure.
But anyway, point is there people really okay. A lot of it is emotional, because a lot of it is a lot of it is the stuff we were talking about with learning Japanese. Like, oh, I don't really want to make anything. I actually just feel very insecure about the concept that I am incapable of learning how to draw. So let me like spend, a year or 2 or 3. And then once I hit the level where it's like, oh, sweet, I'm not like, I've shown I can learn this. I'm not a demi-human. Okay, I'm happy now. I'm done. Those are always the situations that are like tragic and sad. And I would I always like try to steer people away from that type of thing now. Instead, I'm always trying to get people to think about what actually like is the actual ROI of different investments. So
Yeah.
like, okay, concretely, 5K hours of art, min maxed for storyboarding means now I can help with storyboarding. 5K art, not min maxed for storyboarding, means I can't really do a hell of a lot. Period. It's just like knowing those realistic benchmarks that makes like all the difference in the world. And serious people are okay with the benchmarks.
Mm-hmm.
And serious people make plans based around these benchmarks expectations. So that's like my message.
So I guess
that's why, yeah.
Yeah, from here.
That's why I'm transparent about it. That's why I don't hide these things.
Right. So I guess my decision from here is I have to figure out to what extent I could fit in the hours to align to whatever a path is that would be realistic.
Yes.
The short term here is, does it make sense to do 2 years abroad or save that money, invest it so that I could just produce my own thing, stick to my comfy life in the States, don't take the risk of going abroad to Japan? Or the counter, so there's 3 things, right? Send mangako for a couple years, establish just permanent residency in Japan, which is a whole uplift, a whole different story, or stick to my comfy life over here in the States. Don't take the risk, but save the money. I'd be doing this stuff no matter what. That's like otaku is like again, the environment. But what is your thought there between those 3 different options?
What I would do if I was in that exact position is I would start a Japanese YouTube where I essentially orient that YouTube towards like my goals, whatever that may be.
Mm-hmm.
And then build up like Kone and stuff, mostly focused on the internet for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would coast on that for at least like a year or so and see where it goes, see what kind of Kone I amass, see what I learn in that time, like what I'm able to do. Also, find out how much I enjoy putting aside time for different things. Like, for example, if I want to try my hand at writing stories, a lot of people don't realize that writing stories is incredibly painful sometimes. It depends on what you write, what type of writer you are, and all that stuff. But for a lot of writers, it can be more similar to childbirth. For other writers, it's a blast. It feels like a party. Jun Maeda is the type of writer where it feels like childbirth. Kazuma Kamachi is the type of writer where it feels fun. So it just depends. I'm sort of a mix of the both. You need to get those experiences to find out stuff like that. For example, I also do not have the greatest. Wait, hold on. Okay. I don't have the greatest art talent in the world. I'm not a slow grower, but I'm certainly not a fast grower. And so I had to find that out. I had to note that and factor that into my plans, for example. There's also factors too, like I get more tired doing some tasks versus others, stuff like that. All those things are crucial info to know to actually make longer term decisions. And that's what I would do. Yeah, I would do everything virtual first for like a solid year and small kind of sample size things. And really focus on Japan through the internet. And then I would use the info from that to then make a final decision of like, oh, okay, now I see this opportunity versus this opportunity, this one. A lot of the times people are just looking for a temporary release, and I just watched one, in fact. There was the dude Blargus who he has a YouTube where he went through an indie game journey from development into release. And I can tell with him, like, he had this story at the end where it's like, oh, I quit my job and I released the game and everything, and I really want to do this indie dev stuff. I'm like, do you care more about making games, or do you care more about quitting your job? Because the feeling I get from this guy is that he cares more about quitting his job than he cares about making the indie games. And I get the feeling he's going to be right back at that job soon, especially since it's not like he got, like, he made decent money off of his game, but it's nothing that's going to keep him alive for, he's got a wife and stuff too. So it's like, he's not gonna be able to live, off of just being a game dev for the foreseeable future. It's like, there's a reason, there's a reason I make sure to live such a minimalistic lifestyle, so that I don't have to, risk anything and stuff. So that's where, that's where I say, like, knowing things like strengths and weaknesses, knowing how easy certain kones are and how hard certain kones are and stuff like that, because some kones are harder nuts to crack than others. Kone also begets kone, so that's why like, I think just starting virtually always makes the most sense. I feel like there's just a huge dollar in Gaijin doing YouTube. In Japan. I feel like that will open a lot of doors. I remember Ham saying that he used to stream to Japanese people sometimes, and he would get quite a bit of views just because he was a Gaijin.
Yeah, that's a.
I remember he told a story.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Trolled or something.
Oh,
I mean, you probably were interviewing him when I heard that story.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting idea of just like starting off virtual, kind of finding my footing there, and then but again, even I don't know, maybe, I mean, even Ham, he eventually went over to Japan, right? And so I feel like if I'm actually going to get, because I've tried to make connections with people online, and it's certainly one thing, but there is a different dynamic to being able to work with people over video or over like face to face. That is, it's not the same as just being in somebody's DMs on Discord or something like that. So I'm trying to figure out how to broach that. And also with YouTube, the other issue is like, it's very one-sided, right? Like, even if it's a live stream like this, like, yeah, chat's interacting, I appreciate all that. It's not the same as like us going back and forth, like me and Howard are right now with Wyatt, right? So it's a little different. So I do kind of want to explore that a little deeper. But we are right around 5 hours now, so that's a new record. So apologies to the guys for.
Am I part of the new record?
Yes, you are, to the new record.
Legendary.
I feel like we just started.
We literally, I mean, with the amount of things that we still have to talk about, we really did. So might have to circle back again at a later point, but let's go ahead and start to close this one out for today. So Howard, the final question for you, what's one piece of advice for others trying to follow in your footsteps to become true otaku creators?
Do not get married.
Game over. Game over for Kanji.
That is true.
No, I'm trolling. Value money. Value money, because it's possibility. It's the ability to make things happen of any kind. It is possibility. Money is possibility. So that's what I would say. That's my biggest piece of advice. Value money and plan around the fact. Don't act like don't act delusional. Don't be childish about your dreams. Be cynical and realistic. And being childish about them often makes you not think about how hard certain things are going to be or how risky certain things are going to be. And you hit the wall and you pull out. So that's why you gotta be, so that's why I say value money, because money is the essence of possibility, but it's also the most like cynical thing out there. And your relationship with money is basically your relationship with your dreams. They're basically synonymous.
I think that just barely scratches the tip of the Ota-Economy thing that we could be talking about in another episode, Howard. So please come back again sometime. Where can people find you on the internet, Howard?
Well, one question before.
Oh, go ahead.
Is Chinese otaku? Or a better question, can Chinese be otaku?
If it's weeb enough, I would say if it's weeb enough.
If it's weeb enough.
If anyone can do it, it's gonna be me.
Make it happen.
Let's go. Changing the whole game.
So wrapping up here, Howard, where can people find you online?
Go to if you just type Howard Blast in Google, you'll always find my accounts and stuff. Main thing is YouTube. I'm going to be focused mostly on YouTube. So Howard Blast on YouTube is the big one. I usually put whatever else I want you to see in my descriptions and stuff. So YouTube is the big one. Orkastle's trailer and some really big Orkastle. I mean, this is just these next 2 months are just going to be Orkastle fire. It's just going to be we're gonna trailer, we're gonna demo, we're gonna big devlog, we're gonna kickstart the whole 9.
All right, cool. Looking forward to it. Wyatt, how about you? Yes. Where can people find you online?
I'm on Discord at Forever. YouTube is also Forever. I don't have much out. Might put stuff out in the future, but I'm mostly lying low right now.
And you can see your interview over on Seven Stop's channel, or I think did you say you mirrored it on yours as well?
Yeah. I edited out there was like an interruption. Okay. I edited out the good parts.
Sure. So you guys can check him out there. As always, I'm KanjiEater, and you guys can find me at the usual places. Specifically, I pretty much just hang out on my own Discord server. So if you want to hang out with me, feel free to join there. Otherwise, thank you so much to these guys for powering through this long one, and we'll see you guys again sometime soon, all right?
Yeah, awesome.
Yep.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.